Hi, Jake, you're good.
Good evening, Longpoint 2014. All right. Okay, I'm Jake Norwood, the chairman of the XKDF Network, which is your host here for Longpoint 2014, along with a number of clubs, Maryland and Capital, Christmas Sessions, Medieval European Martial Arts Guild, New York Historical Fencing Association, Virginia Academy of Fencing. Am I missing any of those guys? Sword Guild New York. Right? That's actually running something at the event. All right. Wait a minute. I'm going to give a shout out to the HEMA Alliance. All right, so I wasn't going to get up and do my whole sportscaster thing, but I decided not to. Instead, I'm just going to say welcome, and this is a big deal. What makes it a big deal, in all honesty, is not the fact that I'm in a bow tie, or that my girl's in a bow tie, or that any of the dress-up fancy Las Vegas kind of stuff, right? What makes this a big deal is that in this room right now, there are probably about 200 people. Of that 200 people, about 150 of them were registered here for the event, so we got a bunch of people that weren't, and they're spectators, and that's why they're here, and that means they've come here to appreciate what you as fighters and as teachers and as trainers do, and ultimately that's what we're trying to celebrate here. So give yourselves and what you do here, and these guys a round of applause and a welcome, please. We have a very full card tonight. We have a live stream. The decision to do a live stream was something of a late one. We had decided after last year that we weren't going to go through with it again. It was just too much pain and agony. And somebody said, no, let's do it. And some people volunteered to help us do it. So please give a round of applause to Tim Kaufman and Maria Lopez, who are our live stream people. There are literally dozens of people involved in a logistical undertaking as large as this event. I'm not even going to attempt to name them all. I would say that I thank each one of you and everyone here, whether they know who you are or not. Thank you. In addition to that, okay, so what do we have? What do we have going on tonight, right? There are, Longpoint 2014, 14 different competitions if you count the 4 weight classes for ringing. That means that we have something on the order of twice as many bouts going on tonight. You're going to see steel longsword, both open and women's. You're going to see steel messer. You're going to see synthetic longsword. You're going to see longsword cutting. You're going to see a paired longsword technique competition. You're going to see ringing or grappling in 4 weight classes. You're going to see single stick. Right? We have a lot of things going on here tonight, and it's going to be exciting. All right. So, without pushing any further into it, we're going to move straight into cutting, followed by single stick, and then we'll pick it up from there. Okay? Yeah. All right. Thank you.
So I guess that now we're on. Welcome to the live stream of Longpoint 2014.
Welcome everyone.
Just as a small fast note, we want to thank our staff, so it's Tim Kaufman in the technology, being awesome as always. We have Dave Kaufman, not related if you wonder, is helping in the camera. We have Shanghai helping us in the commentating. Natasha Dar is helping us in the chat, as been Michael, by the way. She's been Michael for now. Mariana Lopez commentating as well, and later on we have Jake Norwood and several invite people. We have sponsors, many sponsors, fun sponsors. We have Purple Hearts. I have to make sounds in that one because that's benefit for this instead of yeah. Do you know anything about Purple Heart?
Do I know anything about Purple Heart aside from owning a lot of their gear? Purple Heart has been supplying the human community for 15 years. Let's say 14, 15 years. They're makers of wooden training swords, and we're now moving on to cutting.
Yes, no, but you're coming to
The first event in cutting is hitting a moving target. The cutters are not allowed to use the same stroke twice in a row, but they repeat strokes twice in a row. first area is the ground fencing. He is head instructor of historical fencing.
I've heard that Bill Grundy takes the art of the sword by shaving his head. I wonder if that's true or not.
I'm not at all sure, but Mike Edison.
Hello everyone. So this is our cutting tournament. The tournament uses sharp swords against Brazilian targets, which are made of soap straw so that they're heavy and dense. In order to test the participants' ability to cut with an actual sword. So we have a sort of triangulation thing going. We have a competition here called the Longpoint triathlon. And a triathlon is a measure of your ability in 3 separate events. Open longsword fighting, cutting, and either pair technique or ringing, which is wrestling. So what this measures is your ability to fight for real, and to fight historically. Your measure of fighting is done in open longsword, where you cross swords with other fighters with blunt swords in a dynamic environment. Your measure to fight for real is done here with the sharp sword to see if when you actually hit someone, whether that is going to severely wound or kill them, or just bounce off their clothing or whatnot. And of course, pair technique keeps it historical. So we don't have people from other arts coming and winning a tournament. They're good fighters and they can fight for real, but it's not your historical European, so it's a different thing. We have 5 cutting feats. The finalists here advance through 3 rounds of competition, various complexities, starting very simply and moving on to more complex patterns. Here they're performing cutting feats, almost exhibition feats for your enjoyment and as an ultimate test of their skill. Now the first feat is the moving target. So what's going to happen is this target is going to move in a slight zigzag pattern right up to the table, and that's what Michael chose us for with the staff to keep us from being killed. And they're going to be measured in the number of cuts that they can perform until the target reaches its destination. They are not allowed to use the same cut twice in a row, so they have to be able to create it. The second feat is going to measure their ability to cut in a very small space. So we have a target there. There are 2 poles on each side of it. They're going to be cutting within those poles. So a lot of people can generate power like this, right? They're going to be generating power like that. Okay. The third feat is going to be their ability to cut through a 30-layer linen target. And 30 layers of linen is about on par with a historical layer jet, which is a type of textile armor. The goal is not to cut all the way through to the target underneath, although if they do that, that's great. The goal is to see how deeply into the armor you can cut, because it's supposed to be sword-proof. Okay. The fourth feat is a speed exhibition. There are going to be 2 targets, and they're going to be performing a very fast lightning pattern on each of them, and that's going to be time. So it's a test of their speed and precision. The final target is 5 double-rolled mats stacked on top of each other, and they're going to be cutting straight down. This is a simulation of cutting deeply into a dense target, such as a human torso. I know it's a little grisly, but these are swords, and swords are designed to kill. The object here is to keep the sword straight. If your grip is uneven, or if you do something else wrong, the sword will turn in the target. As long as the sword is straight, you can cut deeply and then stop here. You can pull that sword out, ward off the revenge strike, or fight the next opponent. If your sword turns and bends, you will get stuck. You will have a very hard time pulling it out. So the person as they're dying can kill you, or the person next to them can kill you. So that is a test of their control of the dense target. Those are the 5 feats. So without further ado, we're going to begin.
And here we have a very commanding. So one of the things I love about cutting is that if you're allowed to cut, that means you're doing all your emails, right? Yes.
Target move. Begin.
There we go. Oh, that's beautiful. That's when you cut. Yes. Well, you can set up in here for what I did last time.
So now this is setting up the next event. Do we know who our next person is?
Steve,
Is it Stephen Hurd from the School of Arms? Yes. So
This
Stephen
is
Hurd.
smile at me. I don't know if that was to confirm the name or to like refer it on me. I'm scared now.
Yeah, I would be a little scared. He's a generally nice guy, but
But he has
that's
a
scary.
secret 6 hours.
And they have to set the target very, very firmly on the hole. Otherwise, the whole target can come off with a single stroke.
So you know, this is a question. I've heard that Bahamas kind of simulates skin and bones, like not directly, but like in ways. Is that true? Like,
Well, it's sort of an open question. It definitely simulates what we
Target,
could
move,
demonstrate.
begin.
here we go. Aim.
3, 4. As we go forward. One thing we should note is that definitely the target is early in that arc, so it has to swing to a longer arc, and it sometimes goes past its power band, as they say.
I think it's very complicated to measure the distance. I mean, how tall, how short,
While
and then
moving.
cut. Yeah.
Striking a stable target is one thing, striking a moving target is quite another. And our next cutter is Benjamin Hawkins, Academy of Historical Arts from Scotland. I only met him shortly ago. It's a very large event, so I meet everybody early on. But it's nice to know that we have people coming from as far away as Scotland for this event.
Yeah. I didn't get the pleasure to meet him, but Scotland seems awesome. Let's see how it goes.
So we should note that they've already passed through a great many trials to get to this point in the competition.
I'm nervous
Target,
myself.
move, begin.
Oh, he started with
Oh,
9
my.
because he has.
Very
Wow.
And a wide variety of angles taken and a good time and measure to the target. And again, striking a moving target is a difficult thing.
I'm gonna invite him home so he can help me chopping the vegetables. Seriously. For those who think I'm making a very bad joke, the thing is that I'm bad at the kitchen, so it will be a great help.
And next up is
Tristan Sapolsky.
from New York Historical Fencing Association in New York City.
I have to say, and that's why I love seeing Tristan here. He's skinny. I'm skinny. People sometimes think that the cat has to do with power, and he proves that. I mean, wait, he's powerful, but
Yes, he's very powerful. I've had the pleasure of crossing blades with him.
but he breaks the myth of you have to be huge and
Oh, it's
Target,
strength
move,
about mechanics.
begin.
yes, and that's what I love.
And his are precise, accurate, his timing is excellent. Excellent. Did you notice that was at the very end on the final cut? And he took a step, he did a double step between the top and measure for that final cut, and then he made it cleanly.
Most of the final cuts have been having a fail. He had ones that could go entirely through, different to the other participants, so I think that's going to be an advantage.
That's definitely an advantage for him. And again, it wasn't simply his sword work that did it. He adjusted the measure to the target so he could cut optimally against that moving target, which is a pretty impressive feat, right in the moving room.
I have to say, I'm also scared of the guys who set up the match. He can grab your hair. They had to change the.
So we're now moving on to the second of the events, which is the 45-degree short stroke.
And again, as Mike Edelson noted, this is to determine the competitor's ability to cut within a narrow power band. Again, you can wind up for a great deal of power, but can you do it in a short arc and deliver a meaningful cut in a martial situation?
Yeah. Do we have someone else?
No, we had only 4 first.
Oh, they were this going so fast. And while you're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, we're making bad jokes. And our first bad joke is that this is a huge fort, and that's why people don't let me do bad jokes.
Well, if you're looking for bad jokes, you come to the right place with me.
Can you bring us one about He-Man?
Oh, I think that'd be awesome. But I'm looking at that setup there, and I'm thinking about what's necessary to generate power.
Once again, I have to stress that it's not simply arm or body strength that does it. It has to be connected to your core muscles, your hips, your legs, your abdominal muscles, in order to generate power in a short band. So as you watch this, you should watch the entire body of the competitor, not simply the arms, to see what's happening.
Do you know what kind of training is good for doing this, or is just cutting?
Well, focus training on cutting certainly helps, and there are martial artists who do that. Again, Bill Grandin, our first competitor,
So well again to his entrance.
Amazing abilities as he walks up.
They're allowed to start on the pole, they may touch the other pole. They're allowed 2 tries at each pole.
And any competitor who's able to continue cutting to the end of the target may do that.
Almost. One
And
to the half.
again, in my opinion, this is perhaps the most difficult of the cutting exercises. Again, that generating power through a narrow space is very, very hard. And it's one of the reasons why you often see slicing attacks also delineated in our historical sources, so that in that small range you can deliver an effective, if not exactly fight-stopping blow.
Again, you have to set that up just so if the target is loose, then it is not going to work properly, which is why it takes the time to situate it and really slow it down.
Yes, I have to say, I'm glad the Livestream is not in 4D. You know, there's this thing we have now, because otherwise people would die in their houses. Like,
I've heard that smell vision is on its way. I read it on the internet, it must be true.
okay,
And now we have Stephen Hirsch again.
Chris. Yeah.
Again, to make sure that each competitor has the same test, they're careful about the exact setup each time.
Make sure they put that in.
cutting water out. So I think that's a good start at the bell, but this one looks like, oh,
Excellent.
almost.
Second cut.
Again.
One of the elements I don't believe we mentioned previously is that the cut must be on a 45-degree angle and must be as straight as possible. So they will be judged on the effectiveness of the cut, even if it didn't go through at the proper angle as well.
I can just speak louder. Is that better? Because I feel like oh, there you go. Ha. So, if I was talking boring, it's because I thought this was going to be too loud. But now I can talk normally. Yay!
We can talk normally. We thought this was a golf competition. We're at a golf resort.
We are
Yes.
watching a competitor cutting.
Now
No.
we're shifting over to Eva, so we're good now.
Yes. And now we have again
Benjamin?
Benjamin Hawkins. Sorry.
He thinks we're going to.
Oh,
no.
beautiful.
Yeah.
That was
Again,
really crazy. I truly, that was beautiful.
I don't know what impressed me more, the actual cutting or his walking away looking like it was merely a day's work.
I know, like, oh, maybe it's every day. That's why I could better.
You know, it's probably he does it every day to get that good.
Yeah.
You can't underestimate the role of practice in any endeavor. All of the people who have come this far in the competition have been practicing for extremely long periods of time, dedicating hours and hours each week.
In theory.
In theory. I'm acquainted with many of them. Some of them have wonderful athletic gifts, but I'm not sure that anybody was born a natural at this.
Yeah. Not yet. So, I'm still impressed, I'm sorry. I'm speechless.
With the setting of the target?
Yes. You see, and here we see this guy putting the tatami. Perfect movement. His arms got the perfect extension. I think he's gonna get a point for first. Look how he removes the tatami. Oh, brilliant. Beautiful. That was perfect. I love it. I can't wait to do that.
Well, I'm impressed as well because when I do this at home, it usually takes me 3 tries to get that thing down tight.
It's hard.
Again.
Tristan Zankowski,
Again from
New York Historical Fencing Association, New York City. He's been told to straighten the pole. This is to his advantage. He was told by the desk. Attention, folks. Oh, so close. And he's thinking, setting for the next.
Oh, he's being allowed
He's
to
allowed
move
to
that.
remove that, yes. So he's able to reset the target. He may take his second shot.
Planning the hand. To avoid slippery.
Well, you don't want to wet hand on this sword.
Almost.
Still
lovely.
lovely. Because really, if we're thinking about the Marshall application, the difference between all the way through and almost all the way through and all,
Yeah.
I'm sure that in my case, I wouldn't like either one of them.
At least you wouldn't, I would like the entirely cut, otherwise they had to sort of pull off a little tiny piece.
So I
In
believe
an air joke, that's how Nick almost decapitated was, so...
our next event is the 30 layers of linen, which is to judge the ability to cut through various types of cloth armor. There's still considerable ongoing research into cloth armors. One of our sponsors, Fueling Designs, is actively involved in research into a German form of cloth armor called Longpoint. And for anybody who wants to see one, look at the Ghent altarpiece by Van Eyck, the Knights of Christ in the lower left. You'll see a beautiful example of a cloth armor that is used on a fully mounted knight. So they weren't just simple things used for archers and men-at-arms and that sort of thing. These were used actually for knights, for the higher class fighters, if you will.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always interesting because it's like, can you go through there or you can really fight? Let's just remember, tournaments are limited, but these kind of fights is like, what would you be able to do in real life?
Well, again, the idea is triangulation. In a tournament, we obviously can't use sharp swords. We go through too many competitors that way. So we need to have these kinds of tests to show what can be done with a sharp sword. And then we can coordinate that with our knowledge of how we play in the tournaments to arrive at a reasonable idea of how it would actually work for us.
Yes.
Again, as we look at the old masters, we assume that they could cut well, their mechanics were good. And if we can emulate that, then we should be on the path to doing what they do.
Yes, and in another note, am I the only one who thinks that looks like a bunny or a burro or something like that?
I was thinking bad attempt at a horse, but perhaps.
Okay, we have Bill Grundy again. Positioning and...
So again, the idea that cloth might have been the poor man's armor isn't necessarily what we should think. So he made some penetration into the target. Oh, they're not really expected to get all the way through that. He made some penetration into the target, and that's being measured.
I have to say, first I felt that totally didn't went through. Because I just heard this slam. Oh, holy I will never look at you again. Sean, I'm sorry. My audience needs to hear my beautiful voice.
Yes. If we turn away from the mic.
Sorry, public. I didn't want you to do that.
Steep approaching. Poise, set, and cut. Now again, on camera, it may not look like they're just going to but they'll come out and they will measure the depth of the cut.
You know what I would like to see? Cutting tournament that not only involve longsword. Cutting with different, I mean, it still has the same theory, but cutting with the messer and stabbing with a knife.
Those types of tests
We
are
could
done
put
very
Johnny inside. So, like, you know, like, if the blow jumps, that's even better. I know I'm not a rapier, but I know that rapier actually can cut. So
They do cut, and they tend to cut in those shorter arcs that you saw done earlier there. And that's, you have to know how that's going to apply tactically when you fight. Am I delivering a wounding cut and the fight's going to continue, or is it a fight-stopping cut? It's a mistake to think that every single move taught in every martial arts manual worldwide or every martial arts tradition is a killing blow. There are many tactical reasons to do less than that.
An RC or Hero of the Night. Ha.
So they're going to again, I have to stress on camera that it may not look like they are cutting, but they are in fact cutting into that linen.
And I still love his walk away. Like, okay, I'm cut. I'm done. Goodbye.
Once again, just a day's work.
I think we all agree he's awesome.
So again, 30 layers of linen. And linen is a very stout cloth, also a very historically correct cloth.
Another comment, Waldemar, have you seen how beautiful our people looking at us is?
there's a bunch of HEMA people, guests, and
We're a good-looking group.
we even have a dog watching the
The
tournament.
dog's the best looking, but
The
we're
dog.
overall a good-looking group.
They're like trying to, like they all have faces like, can I count how many layers of fabric are there?
I have to confess, I'm going to be very curious to
We
hear
should,
the results
we
of
should
this.
put like lights in the background, make a contest like, guess the number of layers. So everyone just start picking up, and if they give the closest number of layers, they get
Yeah,
a
we could do a
prize.
scoreboard. We could be like soccer announcers. Cut! You know.
I actually want to do that.
Do you?
I don't know if I'm allowed to laugh that hard. I might do it in the next
Risk it
tournament.
sometime. We'll see what happens.
So, dear people in the live stream, you're the ones who are gonna allow me or not to scream as the Mexican football, soccer commentator. Actually, I can do it. I'm willing to do it. So just let me know if you're willing to hear that.
Stephen Hirsch again.
No, Tristan Sukowski.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I cannot read. Ha! There you go.
Looks like a good cut from this distance. I can't quite tell. Certainly a lot of power generation in that. Any blow that comes from that far behind will have a lot of power generation behind it. And again, that's the reason why we have shorter arc cuts. Because you can't always afford that much wind-up or have that much time for that much wind-up in a blow.
Do you see? Am I the only one who thinks that they look like making a surgery? Yes, look, I see the heart in
They're
here.
operating on your bunny rabbit is what they're doing.
Yeah, we're gonna cut in here, we're gonna have a surgery, he's ugly, we're gonna make him pretty, yeah, I agree.
We're next moving on to the double lightning cut, a series of fast, small cuts without a full chamber. Again, a full chamber of the sword is when it's, say, cocked behind the head. I don't exactly want to say baseball bat fashion, but to the non-sword audience that will probably communicate well. So within a small arc, they have to make a series of fast, small cuts. It's a timed exercise, and they have to cut from both sides repeatedly.
And my little son comes to the rescue!
Make
ladies
an
and gentlemen.
adjustment whose nature eludes me. I have no idea why he did that.
Sorry for interrupting you, by the way, I didn't want to. Oh, we have Bill Grundy.
Love it. Love
One failed, but I think he's doing good.
it. Very lovely. Again, that series of cuts, from the first cut transitioning to the second cut, there's no time to stop and think and set, as in some of the other exhibitions that we've seen. You simply have to move, and you have to move fluidly and correctly in that time. And as we saw particularly in a second target, Bill is fully capable of that.
You know what I'm gonna do? At the end of this, I'm gonna grab all the pieces, I'm gonna put them with some glue over, and I'm just gonna pretend I cut them with the sword.
Make a sculpture of them.
Yes.
I usually use them as garden mulch back home. They work really well for that. Possibly too well. They'll sometimes stay through an entire season.
And there you go. This is our contest of strength. Who's the better placing tatami?
Yes, we failed to mention this is being judged as well. Let's face it, every time you're on view in front of an audience, you're being judged.
I think we have our winner. Oh, he's even taking part of the slice of the other game. Oh, that's cruel.
And a little bit of cleanup. Okay. I don't know who our next is. If it's
Stephen
coming.
Hirsch.
Stephen?
Probably.
That's been the order so far.
I'm a genius.
You're wonderful. I'd be lost without you.
I know. I'm sorry.
No attempt to hide it. Okay, Stephen's getting composed with it. Love it.
I think the fourth
One, two,
one.
three, 1, 2, 3. So it's not only the fact of the cuts, but the time of the cuts that's being judged here. So the one who cuts the best and the fastest will
think
be
it's-
the winner of this event.
For what I've heard, is not only the fastest, it's more like the most fluid. Like just following the
Following the mono.
yes.
Yes, moving fluidly through that. And again, that obviously is an essential part of the action. No time to stop and set. Move fluidly, smoothly, which again is an important component in fighting. If you stop and start when you're fighting, you're likely to get hit, or at least be taken advantage of tactically. If you're able to continuously move with meaningful movements, meaningful technique. We're being asked to wait a moment.
Meanwhile, you can admire your competitor. You can, no, I was going to say something that was going to sound
You can
weird.
wear the handsome Longpoint shirt.
Actually, now that I think about it, his sword has a very, how to call it? Sorry for my English. Fat point.
Yes, it's not. It's more of a little bit more of a leaf-shaped point instead of a finer point. It's not necessarily a better cutter for that, although there's more and more.
I disagree right now. I think
Did
he
you
was
note on his
trying.
last cuts, on each target, his last cut was actually just shaving a little bit off, almost like he was just giving a little bit of a trim on a haircut. There was definitely material flying through the air.
Yeah, I think he was definitely trying to cut the one who was flying down.
Yes, he was cutting the very closest arc. But no, a heavier sword is not necessarily a better cutting sword. It's not the mass of the sword that can even be a disadvantage in cutting, but rather the relationship between cutter and sword. How do you move that sword? Do you move it properly? Again, they want precision in the placement of the targets to keep the contest fair.
What is he
And
doing?
he's wiggling. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Maybe he's gonna stand.
Vision is obscured. That's what we said when judging. I couldn't see. Vision obscured. All right, we're set now.
I don't know. I just see a little tiny kid in the audience trying to run to the tatami. That sounds
Again, the tight fit of
dangerous.
the tatami is very, very important. They work on that.
And Tristan is
again.
here. Pretty. The last one was shaving, but it was beautiful.
As with Benjamin on his final cut, he really just shaved again the surface very closely, almost the exact same arc as the cut before it.
And actually, I don't know if shaving it's. I mean, if it's good.
Well, I don't
for
shave
women.
that way. All right.
You
that's a
don't
fair
shave that
statement.
way?
No, I don't shave
That
that way.
means you're not on style. I'm sorry.
No, I'm definitely not in
You just
style.
disappointed me.
I'm basically a barbarian.
The truth is that
Did I
I
mention I
shave
play with
myself.
swords?
You play with that, and I like you a little bit. I shave myself like that.
You do?
Of course, that's why people think that I never have a beard. Because I actually have a heavy Eric Brian Wiggins beard that I cut every morning. I trim every morning. I think I have talent for
Doing
it.
my best to imagine it, but I can't bring it forth. You'll have to send me a picture.
I will.
Or do we have a live picture of it, or a picture you can put up? No, he's not paying
No.
attention to us. So the next event up. 5 double-rolled vertical stacked mats. They're looking for a straight cut, as straight a cut as possible. They're not expected to get through all the mats in the cut, but the idea is to be able to cut deeply into a large target in a straight fashion. If the cut is seriously curved, that indicates that the blade could well stick in whatever is being cut. And they may even see that as they're cutting here. If the cut is straight, it's going to be easier to remove the blade.
Meanwhile, dear people in the live stream, whoever you are, if you are listening to us, please start voting for your favorite commentator. No, you don't. If you do that, please
I
vote
think
for
that's
me.
you, Mariana. I think I'm just going to seed that one right now. Okay, here we go. So once again, the bunny rabbit of death.
The bunny rabbit. I
That
love
was
that.
you started that one. You started.
I
that
love
one.
that. I want to put it in there.
No, but seriously, they have to brace that target
Oh,
properly.
no, that's gonna fall. There you go.
They have to brace that target properly so those mats
What
will
you
stay.
people don't know is actually the finals. We went to the morgue and find some pieces of humans, and we're gonna place them there.
Oh, let's not go into the history of the art.
Okay, then. In another question to Republic, if you don't want to tell me how beautiful I am because I already know, you can
You are
send us.
wonderful.
Thank
But
you.
I figured
I'm
you
gonna
wouldn't mind
blush.
hearing again.
You can tell us which is your favorite part of the cutting, maybe, or what do you think is the most complicated part? Any smart comment you have, Natasha will notice. No, make a note of it.
What
and thank
appeals
you.
to me, honestly, is the light cuts, the fast cuts, because those are the ones that I think are the most complicated. You don't have the time to set up; you must simply move quickly, and I think that communicates a great deal about the swordsman's ability to coordinate body and sword in an effective way.
I think for me the most complicated part of whatever.
And Bill
Bill
Grady
is
approaches
here.
again.
I feel like getting drums of tension in here.
Oh, I don't want to be receiving into that.
One and two, almost went to the second one.
No,
I
it's
think
very
he didn't
straight
move to
cut.
the second one.
One of the things we should mention about cutting with a two-handed sword is because you have two hands on it, it's possible that one hand can pull harder than the other, which results in a poor cut. Most of the cuts that we've seen so far have had a nice straight shear to them. If you see scalloping or curving in the cut, that means that one of the hands has pulled too hard in the cut. And sometimes that's also the cause of something actually sticking into the mat. It's not getting all the way through. The sword turns at the last and you lose power. It won't come through.
You know who's gonna like this tournament? Doctors. Just
You know,
wondering how good they will do in that.
actually, I know one. He's actually a veterinary surgeon, but I'll save that.
Okay, we have Steve. And one. I'm not sure he went
It's hard
through
for
the
me to
first
tell at
one.
this distance.
I'm not sure he went through.
And they're going to set the mats up again. Obviously, they can't get 5 up fresh for everybody.
Honestly, for me, this guy is the hero of the event.
Beg
Just
your
Chris, I think is his name. He's a hero. Just look how he plays that blue thing. It's just all his movements are just so clean, so perfect. His walkaways, he laughs with me. Oh my god, just
As a
terrible.
stagehand in a former life, I can tell you it's not an easy job.
And we have my favorite of the night. I'm sorry to say that. What? I knew he was my favorite.
That was once again lovely.
I don't want to make him get mad at me, honestly.
How are they going to fix this one for the last?
I'm starting to talk. I'm about to start screaming in Spanish. That's about it.
We have him in Spain. They'll know what you're saying. Spain, Mexico, Argentina, Chile.
I hope my Chilean friends.
No, I was in Argentina last summer, and I posted something on Facebook, innocuous, and suddenly a couple of guys from Chile said, "We had no idea you were here. Can you come on over?" No, I couldn't, but it was nice to get the invitation.
You are a heartbreaker of the Chile. What's wrong with you? How can you just make that comment on the live stream that lightly? You know that in this moment, they're like just listening to that and having their little hearts break. Like,
It was absolutely terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But the choice is that or disappointing my wife, and that's deadly. So we won't be doing that.
I'll give you that point. And we have Tristan now. He has a hard one to beat.
He does, but
Hesitation. What? I sounded like I'm sorry for the screaming.
close.
So
Okay, so we usually say things like the tension is killing me, but actually as he was
I
getting
can't
set
even
to
give. Yeah,
I would say it was killing me.
I think Bill went a little bit further than that. So,
Yeah, I don't recall the exact depth of Bill's cut on that.
and they're taking the
Those
money of
pieces
sets.
are on.
Goodbye, Bunny.
The end of the cutting periods. So what is our next event?
Our next event is Single Stick!
Single stick.
The place where the sticks are treated as if they were sharp. In theory, we hope so, because when they try to land sticks, I want to punch them in the face, and I will.
Alternately, a game where grown adults whack each other with sticks.
I
So
love
does
that.
take on it as well. Actually, single stick has a long history. Various forms of wooden swords have been used as trainers for centuries. Arguably, even since the days of the pharaohs, there is a frieze in an Egyptian tomb that shows what appear to be basket-hilted single sticks, or something very like, with some form of mask. Whether for practice for war or just pure sport, we can't say. Certainly in the medieval time, batons of wood were used for practice. The form that we're going to see tonight is based on the 19th century practice, itself related to broadsword and often used as a trainer for that weapon.
If you're like my history book, every time I get a question, I'm just going to talk to you.
That's what I'm trying.
Fighting for third, Jake Norwood, capital KDF in red.
I'm sorry for this one. There you go.
And Doug Body of Virginia Academy of Fencing in blue.
So they're sweeping up some of the detritus from the previous contest. Now, a couple of things to mention here. First of all, our single sticks are provided by one of our sponsors, Purple Heart Armories. So we'd like to thank them for providing these sticks. They take a certain amount of abuse. It's not a small contribution at all. Secondly, you're going to see a very fast game played where timing is essential and the ability to parry and riposte very quickly is essential. The ability to evade with body movements is also essential. So while you might find the action hard to follow, look for those moments when one person moves slightly ahead of the other, putting the other person in jeopardy. You'll typically see a parry. Sometimes you'll see an attempted evasion and a cut, say, at the arm or a leg at that point.
One of the interesting things I think I know about single stick is, well, first of all, the fact that there are sticks that gives you a little bit of a benefit when it comes to the sharp. It's not like the longsword that you're like flat, you know. You have that little tiny benefit of failure, which also has to do, I guess, with the fact that it was a training weapon.
Well, the price of failure is considerably less than even with a steel sword,
Yes.
but I'll tell you they're capable of raising a huge bruise.
Oh, I agree.
This should be entertaining. I've watched both these gentlemen fence many times. I've been very impressed.
Are you ready?
I'm not the table.
The table's over there.
But I am.
Are you ready? Ready. Fight.
The other thing I wanted to mention is actually the tempo. Single stick work is a little different. This is moving fast.
The hands moving below the waist in that fanning sign means nothing was done that they saw.
Come on.
What?
What?
Excellent, wonderful. If a judge points to a body part, he believes that the blow struck on that body part.
Yes. So when you see a cross, it means that they made a hit, but it was like a wacky, not so, yeah.
A hit, but not delivered.
It was like,
what we expect.
I think he scratched,
I don't
something
think
like
we'll
that.
see those here. These competitors are simply too good. Oh, that was marvelous.
So yes, just going fast through the rules. Head and torso are 4 points. Hands and legs are 2 points, and wacky hits, whatever the word they are 1 point.
We don't have the best view since Jake's back is to us, but I can tell from the tempo of the actions that they are playing a hard, fast parry or post game. Primary target is arm, secondary target body or head.
Yes,
Distance matters in this game. You don't want to get too close. If you close... Nice. Okay.
Oops.
They are allowed grappling.
The
And
single stick broke. Hold.
one of the judges called.
Broken single stick.
They're going to have to get a replacement weapon, so we'll have a pause for a moment. So a couple of things to mention about this game. Yes, they broke your single sticks. Well, you know,
I'm sorry, Natasha.
well, don't get too attached to your training equipment. It's made to be used.
Although
Oh, actually, I think it's not broken. It was just sort of bowed a bit.
I think it's gonna broke at a certain point. Pretty sure.
We'll see.
Oh, that was the chest. I know it was the chest.
So Doug came in with a series of feints, beautiful, trying to bring Jake out of position. Jake issued a time cut into that.
I'm about to start judging. I swear.
Oh! It's a clear blow and after blow situation.
They're gonna kill the points because they both have a 4 point thing, so they're not gonna count it. 27, 26, 25 minutes. I mean seconds. Here you go. I think he has it.
So one of the things I'm noticing about Jake as a fighter at single stick is that he likes to set up a time cut, as we call it. He gets his opponent into a position and then he moves sharply out of it to strike into some position moves. Excellent. And we should mention that they're really evaluating the quality of the hits coming in.
And Jake is stepping up in the numbers. Oh, whoa! Okay, so just a little bit about the scores. Right now, Jake is 6, and Doug is in 4.
11 seconds, 2-point difference. Doug has the lead.
Before that, 4 points red.
Someone smells like burning.
I think that's the sticks.
I hope so. I don't want to burn in here. Yes, they're the sticks. They're like whacking around.
2 points red.
That means I just realized something. If you get lost in the woods and you have to take
7
6
seconds.
fight until you get
Oh, score tied at 7 seconds.
Oh, 7 seconds, 6, 6.
This is going to be interesting.
Yes.
Oh! Jake opts to close. Closing is legitimate at this game. If you can
That's-
grapple.
4 points red.
No, that's not going to have 3 seconds.
So that's a wash. Each got 4 points. Nobody scores on that.
I'm gonna smack him around.
Time.
So, I swear, I saw the single 6 having, like, saber thingy. So, if I ever get lost in the woods, I'm gonna bring these 2 guys so they can fight and bring up some fire.
So now we have a sudden death round. It's going to be the first best hit.
It have to be 2 points, yeah. Let's go!
2 very
Someone!
evenly matched players. They're taking.
Oh, that hurt to me. Chest. We're staying.
Again, a wash. Each struck equal value in that exchange.
They will have to take care of the double. I mean, not doubles, but scoring the same.
The rules are set up so that if you can strike and get out without being struck, you are the clear winner.
I think that was from Jake. Yes. Jake owns the fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Match. Both excellent players. And an amazing display of skill. You and I did not have the best viewing angle for this, but I could pick up the tempo from the sound of their actions and their footwork, and they were doing marvelously.
See one of the sticks, please?
Hold it up on camera.
Yes. I want to see the broken ones or super smash ones. So, okay, I don't know if this is going to be visible, but we have that super wacky thing.
So these are baton.
And I swear that they smell like burn. They are burned.
Yeah. This is where we truly want smell-o-vision, but seriously, it's all yours.
I'm
But
agree with
seriously, those have a bit of a burn smell to them.
Okay, they're doing
The audience is going to think that's pure hyperbole. They simply aren't going to believe it. But really, I vouch for it.
Okay, so this is, I think this is double elimination? This is double elimination. So why are they fighting twice? That means that Doug went up with 2 lives, Jake lost 1, so he only has 1 life. So in order to win, he has to win twice.
We're seeing different strategies at play here now. I should say, sorry, bad habit.
I'm so nervous.
Now they're operating with points out.
I'm sorry for being
I
loud.
want to say in advance of the judges, but I think I know what happened. That's what happened, yes. I thought that Jake got the cut on Doug's torso.
Jake is owning the fight for now.
Oh, they're very closely matched. Very, very closely matched. I'm impressed with the level of play here. Probing. Seeing how the other one reacts.
I think that was arm from Doug. He tried to run away.
Interestingly, Jake doesn't really react when a probing action says a light beat on the blade is made. He knows it's not the real thing. He's waiting. I can see that right over his shoulder.
I almost thought it was a double. I swear I almost thought it was
Yeah,
a
4
double.
points, 4 points. The rules are again set up so that equal value hits will cancel each other out. We're looking for as clean a single hit as possible.
And that's how I call it, how to whack a piñata. Sorry, Doug.
He did say in the ring, as long as he's still got a foot inside the ring, or even a part of a foot, he's still inside. No matter how dangerous it seems to us. We're going to have to tell people that their sticks are on fire.
15 seconds in there.
I did that just for you, Natasha.
Oh!
Couldn't see what Doug did, but Jake's was a feint and a cut outside low. Okay, double without defense is when the attacks come in and neither person makes a significant effort to defend themselves.
Oh! Ouch.
So it's
It's going to be 4 points, 4 points.
4 points, 4 points.
3 seconds and they're again.
Any of the judges can ask for a conference to discuss the situation, clarify things with the head referee, or the head referee can ask the judges to come in and clarify their decisions.
Or to discuss the dinner. Who knows?
I hope it's a good dinner. With that little time, maybe we'll come to it. This is a very even fight.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I'm panicked.
Sudden death again.
Dun dun dun. I think that was
By the sound of it, we had a clean point, but I'm not sure. We'll see what they say. That's what I thought. And to Jake. Excellently put.
Jake near was like, what? Am I red? I think I
Again, you and I don't have the best viewing angle. We're directly behind Jake, but the sound of that told me that he had gotten the 2 points. So wonderfully fought. Beautifully fought. I've been cautioned that I'm being too soft once again as the golf commentator thing, but my goal is to never distract the fighters. We want them to have all the time and space they need to focus on what they're doing. They're the important ones, not us.
And Jake is walking near me. Oh my god.
He's walked near you before, come on.
I know, but now he's a winner. I'm more excited.
So I believe next we're going to have, they'll announce, but Lee Smith from Blood and Iron in Vancouver and Axel Pettersson from Gothenburg Historical Fencing in Sweden. I had the pleasure of fencing Axel yesterday. It was my only loss in my pool, but I would rather lose to him than win another fight because it was an excellent educational fight for me.
And now we see the amazing placement of tape.
Once again, stage management. Let's not forget the theatrical aspect.
I
of this.
invite the public to watch to Eric Wiggins and his marvelous beard walking around. I've heard that his beard is the one that tells him what to do. I didn't know if that's true though.
Talk to the beard.
Talk to the beard.
The beard will tell you. Okay. So Kevin, the referee, is making sure that everything is set just so in the ring, and making sure that it's secure. The ring is PVC pipe in a circle, and that's the fighting space, obviously. The judges have markings at which they start. They are allowed to move around to keep view of the fighter there to keep track of, and that's something we failed to do.
Lee Smith of Blood and Iron in red. And Axel Pettersson of CHFS in blue.
What is going on? Oh, this is an epic weight render.
Libre?
Yeah, that's Lucha Libre. He's giving some Mexican pride by
Oh, I'm
accident.
sorry I gave you the Italian pronunciation again. I'm constantly doing that. CHs are different in Italian. And in any event, in case it isn't clear, the judges holding the blue batons are watching to see if blue hits red, and the judges holding the red batons are watching to see if red hits blue. Thus you have two judges on each fighter from two different angles. Gives us the maximum opportunity to see what the hits are.
And I think I just saw Axel getting close to his flag, which I think is a very nice sign. And he has his team taking care of him.
He does? And
set up.
now, we haven't seen it yet in the finals, but during the
We're
pools and the
gonna-
eliminations, they were allowed to have coaches in at the side ring.
Actually, we're gonna see him a lot. He's in the. I'm not gonna kill the surprise, but he's in a more than one fight.
He is in more than one. He's an excellent fighter and a real gentleman, too. I've had some wonderful conversations with him this weekend. And I like the way that he views how we do this art.
Lee is just over his fight to his.
Oh, he took out the
his
mask?
wife?
I'm really disappointed.
Yeah, he just offered the fight to his wife, so I hope he wins. Otherwise, Nicole is gonna smash him when he arrives home. And she knows how to fight, so.
Well, it's the effort that counts.
Fighters, are you ready? Have your partners?
They're to start at the edge of the ring.
Fight!
Lee's fighting very low. On his note, I don't need to tell you, but.
A different style of fight in this one. The other two fought in a very linear, saber-like manner. These two are fencing more in a manner associated with broadsword or military saber.
Axel is always moving around. He's in constant move, and that can easily
The
drive
constant
crazy.
motion can distract you, draw your attention, and thus it makes it harder when he makes an actual.
There you go.
Lovely. He's also
Yeah, I agree with that.
so he sets up a tempo or a series of times that the other person reads, and when the other person attacks into it, he will take, as in this instance, his parry or post. Very clean action, beautifully set up.
I wish I could put a microphone on the Swedish guy just to hear his language. I love
Google Translate will help us out.
it.
Beautiful. Lightning fast reactions. I want to emphasize that the person who makes the attack is not always. They're the attacker, but they're not necessarily the aggressor. If you close aggressively into distance and offer opportunities, thrusts are allowed. And we acknowledge that one. If you close aggressively into distance and offer opportunities, you are in fact controlling the fight in a way. Beautifully done.
Fighting the fight. Lee only has 0 points, and Axel has 6 so far.
Oh, beautifully
Are
done.
kicks allowed?
I'm sorry.
Are kicks allowed? I saw the kicking.
I think that was an accidental move. But in fact, there is a kick that's allowed. It has to strike the torso.
Lee is rushing to get his points. Lee is running to get his points.
He's pressing aggressively. He's behind Lee.
I smell current again.
Oh!
That
What was that? Did we just see smoke coming off that leg?
was smoke for sure.
They really burn those things.
Smoking awesome.
The friction on the rattan is actually causing the smoke. Time.
What's called before timeout? Ready. 4 points red, 2 judges. 0 points blue. Max blue.
So again, we see a distinct difference in style between this match and the previous match. Again, the previous match was linear. You and I were simply behind Jake the whole time. It's an effective way to fight, but also moving offline, creating openings and taking advantage of openings is another effective way to fight. And these two are clearly working that hard. Axel takes excellent advantage of that. He has a clear understanding of the measure and the time or the tempo between him and his opponent, and he controls it very, very well.
Oh wait, they have another fight, so...
We are fighting again.
Here we go.
Here we are.
Who's the arrow? Blue? Alright, table, ready. Judges, ready. Fight, ready. Fight.
Or fierce fighters.
Salute at the beginning, nice. Again, coaching is allowed from the sidelines. This is all maneuvering for opportunity. A fighter does not need a high score to win. Only more points. 1-0 is a perfectly acceptable win. You have time to spend. We're 45 seconds left.
I don't know you, but I can totally feel the tension. It's like Lee's trying to find when to strike.
So one of Axel's signature moves that he does incredibly well is, again, to get his opponent to either attack or to respond to his attack and then cut low, either to knee or to torso.
This is totally provoking Lee, if you ask me. I mean, that's my opinion. It might be wrong.
So although it's a signature move, it's by no means his only game. I've watched him, I've fenced him.
I swear
He has a wide variety of actions for a wide variety of situations, and he knows how to use them.
Yeah, and I can swear I'm watching. Oops.
0-0. No exchange.
Oops. I'm watching them like sneak each other. They're like so much searching for the other. Oh, there you go.
I'll wait for the judges. Yes. Yes, leave his tempo ahead. Yes, I too would like to know what they're saying.
Oh.
In this instance, Axel has clearly decided that his best advantage lies in the low shot. Drive the other weapon high, shoot low. I'm sure Lee's glad of the leg protection at this point. Again, judges are allowed to confer, encouraged to confer, to make sure that they get the best decision possible. I think that was an acknowledgement. And I think that's what Lee was trying to communicate with his ouch there.
Lee's not gonna have this.
Ooh. I couldn't see clearly the tempo of the blade grab. We'll see what the judges rule. But the time and the motion of the blade matters. Wash. Match red. Water, and we wait. The number of viewers, how big is our audience out there? I didn't have a chance to count earlier.
Seems like we have 115 viewers. Thank you for putting me nervous. Now
That's
I'm
a
in
protein.
panic.
The event overall has had more than 150 attendees plus staff. It's a very large event. I believe that Jake told us it was something like 30% over last year, the biggest growth that they've seen, 25 or 30%. We have a wide variety of people in the audience here, not just attendees of the event, or rather students of the event, participants, but also people who are coming in possibly because they know others.
Here we go. 2-3.
And a little bit of stick is being picked up. So for 2 out of 3, the final match.
On a fast note, the judges switch from places every time, they even change of color. This is very good, they keep them fresh, and that helps a lot for not get vicious. Well, judging, it relaxes the judge, and that's very helpful to keep clean your eyes when you're watching.
Exactly. As a line judge, if you have the same view all the time, you can get judge fatigue. If you can change it, then you see fresh things. Your eyes are sharper.
Also, in case of we have like a more experienced judge and not so experienced judge, that they get to move, so that varies the game a little bit.
Again, they're being very careful with their play here. Each wants the most conservative victory possible here. Lovely play. Beautiful. Each is conscious that they only need one to win.
I saw not so pleasant place.
Straight to the... Again, I can't say before the judges. Judges were not happy with the exchange. Again, the crossed arms means that they saw contact, but they were not impressed with the quality of it. They'd like to see better. No score in the exchange.
7 seconds and they're 0-0.
Uh-oh, that's no
With time, this will be interesting to call.
2 points red, 2 judges. 2 points blue.
I think
That's a win-win.
By 2 points. Again, in this final match, the third of the three, the one to decide the placing, each competitor decided that the thing to do is to remain conservative and look for the best opportunity there, not to simply rush in and fight and run up a large score, single hit, and then out.
he just said that he hit him in the arm, not the chest, so he pretty much saying that
He wants to win. I don't know if the judges are going to do something about it or not.
We'll see as they confer. Okay, the mat is being rolled out for ringing. I'm not sure. I love that stage management. I hope they caught that on camera. We have an 800-pound mat. I was one of the people who helped to move it into this place. That's going to be used for ringing. Ringing is wrestling. The word is the German word for wrestling, and this is based on the research done in the 14th, 15th, and 16th century sources in generally the Liechtenauer tradition. What we're looking for here in the ringing contest, you'll see the fighters come to grips, grapple with each other. They are allowed to do throws. They are allowed to do a variety of takedowns. They are not allowed to attack joints, so we can't have arm bars. They are not allowed to choke. They need to take the other person to the ground, achieve a dominant position with no reversals as they hit. So two things that you might see: somebody goes to the ground and the other person achieves a dominant position and the bodies stop moving. That is a simple throw. If they hit the ground and the person who hits first manages to roll or otherwise move the other and change the position, you might see what's called a reversal in the play.
Meanwhile, we can see our beautiful staff cleaning the mat. The shiny head of Ben Michael showing around with gallants and awesomeness.
So Ben's an organizer. Why is he doing scut work? Because he's an organizer, actually. That's why.
They get the hard time. Look at him. He loves that I'm talking about him. He smiles a little bit. He's trying to ignore me. Ben Michaels, but I love you. We see
So Bill Grandy's joining us. Bill is our expert ringing commentator. Bill, I've given them the very basics of what they might see. Could you fill us in on what they're going to be looking at here?
Well, basically, the word ringing is just the German word for wrestling, and essentially this is a grappling art. Now, modern ringing is modern wrestling. We're looking at historical wrestling. And just like if you look at art like judo or jiu-jitsu or really any sort of grappling, you're going to see an art that's focused much more on grips. It's going to be focused very much on the idea of throws and so forth rather than strikes.
All right, that sounds great. Can you tell us a little bit about what we might see and what we shouldn't see? What should and shouldn't the competitors do?
Well, this particular format, it is a modern rule set based off of the types of techniques that you see, and it is basically the sportive aspect. And we know historically they did both sport wrestling as well as actual true, fighting for earnest, life or death.
Certainly in the Italian sources that's mentioned. There's fighting for life, fighting for sport, and fighting for your life.
And the exact same thing is true in the German treatises. What we're going to see here is where, for example, there's what they're called the forbidden techniques, the forbidden techniques, and those would be things like elbow joints, joint locks and elbow locks, and strikes. All those are forbidden in this.
So attacks on the joints. So we're looking at the elbows. How about the shoulder? Can the shoulder be locked out?
It depends on how exactly it's done. And in general, no, because you can damage it too easily. And historically, you would see a lot of these actions where you're told in a real combat you're supposed to do that, and they would practice those techniques. For the sport aspect of this, they focused a lot more on throwing the person to the ground and either trying to remain standing or when you take to the ground, staying in control of the person as you go to the ground. It is not focused so much on continuing to wrestle on the ground, since in a real life or death match, whether on the battlefield, if you're rolling around on a guy and his buddy stabs you, or if you're in a barroom fight, you're rolling around on the ground and there's broken glass, it's much more focused on either staying standing or staying in control of the person as you hit the ground. And that's what this rule set's meant to produce.
Excellent. I believe that Tim Hall is going to be...
Some introductions? Yes, he has
All right, good evening, everyone. Next in line for tonight is ringing. This is a standing wrestling art. This competition was run in a double elimination fashion, which means that due to the nature of that competition, there's the possibility of 2 matches per weight class. This is because one fighter has won all of his matches, he still has 2 losses allowed left. The other fighter has only lost 1, and is only allowed 1 loss. So if the fighter, if his 1 loss wins his first match, he'll have to win it again to eliminate his opponent. So first off, we have Dustin Reagan in white and Michael Videgren in black.
Can you tell us a little bit about their backgrounds as they get established?
So I know that Dustin Reagan has done a little bit of judo as well as some other arts, and I know Michael Videgren does modern mixed martial arts. I'm not certain about any additional training other than they also focus on historical ringing. So for this particular rule set, you are required to have a jacket because so many of the techniques involve clothing grabs. So if they have a modern judo or martial arts jacket, they are allowed to use it. Although obviously there are various different Western style ones that are becoming more and more available.
And Tim Hall, our referee for this match, is starting the fighters.
Our expert on ringing, who's actually from Bill's school, if I'm not wrong. He's being asked to help running the ringing tournament. And now we're going to see some smashy, wacky, punchy theming that I love to
My
watch.
understanding is that punchy is not allowed. Shake it down.
This one has a lot of training around the person's clothing as well as around their arms and legs. So they're trying to struggle for dominance.
When you're moving to take some of his balance, what are the effective ways to do that?
Well, the idea is to try to feel how they move, just like with a sword. If you feel a push, you want to pull. If you want to provoke an action, you need to set them up so they react the way you want them to react. Feints, provocations, all those actions you see with the sword are absolutely used in this. A lot of times, if you don't know what you're looking at, there are a lot of very subtle ways of doing it. Giving a slight push on one side to get the person to move on the other side is very, very important. You can see, if you look carefully, Dustin's trying to get underneath the arm to gain control. Videgren's doing a good job of keeping his balance, though. He's going in for the underhook. Oh, Videgren's got the head.
Oh, he's going to roll him. That's control.
Videgren, he did what's common as a sacrifice. He came to the ground in order to control his opponent. And his points were that if he had fallen and not controlled his opponent, he would not have won.
Point for Videgren.
So, Bill, I have
We're
a
going
question.
to 2 throws.
Sorry. I have a question for you. So, ringing is set up by weights. I understand that, of course, there are techniques that will be useful weight is not fair, like poking eyes, whatever. But in this case, why is it important to keep the weight difference?
Well, if you mean in terms of just how you're able to control a person who's heavier, is that what you're asking about?
Just in general, why is it important to make
Oh,
to
well,
make weight difference?
we have these weight classes because obviously a person who's significantly heavier is harder to control. So, for the sake of showing the fighter's technique more than just throwing their weight around, they have the different weight classes. Because if you have a guy who's 600 pounds and a guy who's 100 pounds, the 600 guy could just sit on him, right? So, this makes it so we get more dynamic. There are going to be a lot of leg hooks in this. You'll see in a lot of the late 15th and 16th century sources where you use the leg pocket hooks.
Oh, we have him again.
You did another sacrifice.
That's 2 points flat. 2 points flat is the event flat.
What constitutes a sacrifice?
If you pull the person onto you so that you can roll them over and get on top of them, this would be a sacrifice throw. You see these in various different German sources. There are some famous ones that are actually even seen with armor, where the person pushes and you use their own momentum to roll back and then basically mount them right afterwards. And sometimes you see it when planting the person, planting your foot in their sternum as you roll back. Sometimes you just see it exactly how Edgar was showing. It's an excellent use of using your opponent's weight and momentum against them.
The mention of armor is very interesting because all of these historical sources do relate to each other on one aspect or another. Even though we have a sportive aspect of wrestling, that's still useful as one comes into, say, a combat situation.
Okay, next up for the under 180 pound wrestlers, we have on black, Doug Bainick. And on white, Casper Anderson.
For this match, Jessica Finley, who has just published a book on Mongol wrestling based on her researches of the 14th, 15th, and 16th century sources. It's first made its appearance here at Longpoint.
Just to add an interesting note, Doug Bannock weighs 178.2, whatever measure you use in the United States. Pounds, yes, thank you.
It's not a sensible system, but it's what we have.
And Casper is 177.6, so they're very close when it comes to weight, I think.
Now, Doug has done some high school wrestling, but otherwise he's predominantly only works with the period sources, predominantly only worked with German ringing. Casper, I believe, has done a little bit of judo as well as work with these sources.
So again, we see the jackets coming into play. You mentioned earlier that it's jacket wrestling, and those jackets are being used. These jackets are developed for ringing?
Yes, these are actually full-size jackets. It's funny because Casper was wearing Virginia County fencing colors, but that's not because he's a Virginia County fencing person. It's just, okay.
Established dominance. Beautiful.
Both outcomes will maintain dominance.
So,
I wondered about the jackets, the colors. This is coincidence.
White going down flat. The knees came down during the throw, but that's okay. There was not clear dominance on the end, so we're giving no score to that.
No score?
Because the dominance was after. That's why they can't scramble around and then make dominance. And that's specific to promote people using actual ringing techniques and not modern wrestling or jiu-jitsu. Yeah, exactly, yes.
And I have
This is a very clear explanation from our referee. Oh, I am seeing Von Arsvold coming into play.
Yes, Von Arsvold is one of the major ringing sources that's from the 16th century. He was a master in the 70s who wrote.
Love it.
Technically, was the short one. Casper took him forward. He gave a little push. Casper pushed back, turned it directly against him.
And if I recall, the source did it just about picture perfect.
I love how he's moving. He says, like, come please, come to play.
Grips again. Inside outside grip. Attempted hook.
Trying to
Push.
trying to break the balance there.
See those little pulls, those are provocations, those are seeing and testing the person to see how they react. Just like the sword. Provoke the blade contact and feel through it. Exactly this is. Ooh, that's a technique.
You got it.
Sacrifice throw.
What's the call?
Alright, we have a takedown by Black. Black ended in dominant position, point Black.
Very nice.
And what I particularly liked, and what I understand the rule set is designed to evoke, is actual period technique. One of the very specific attempts to control
One of the things about this rule set that Tim Hall designed was he wanted to make sure this wasn't just a tournament that anyone who has any kind of martial art can just go, oh, even though I've never tried ringing, I can go in and just win this. And so you can try to make it as pure as possible, but the problem is it's never that pure. If you haven't learned martial arts background, you're going to use it. There's no way to outlaw things. So we tried to make the rule set that basically promoted the actual historical techniques.
What sorts of decisions were made along the way? What was allowed? What was disallowed?
All right, our next weight class
Tim
is
is up
under
again.
200 division. We have Jerry State in white and Sam Street in black.
Fencing jackets were acceptable alternatives. Many people don't have actual ring-in jackets. So at this stage of the community, ring-in is still new enough, or at least the jacket ring-in is new enough, that unfortunately a lot of people don't have it yet. I suspect within the next couple of years, possibly even less, everyone's going to have who trains in ring-in.
I think so. We certainly have one of ours. So we should emphasize that even though the jackets are different, they're still gripping down the jacket.
Yes. Very nice. There's a lot of quick footwork they have to do with this. Wrestling as a sport has been around since Greco-Roman times, and in medieval and in Renaissance ringing, this was one of the arts that the person learned since they were a little child, and it was directly related to how we use the sword because it taught you all the basics and foundations. It also is amazingly intense. Fighting and ringing is exhausting, so it really does prepare you for the use of any other kind of weapon.
Your body is totally conditioned, been through that. So I recall in one of the Von Archibald's manuscripts, I believe it's the one written in the humanistic hand, doesn't he refer to the degrees of strength of the arm in the same way that the sword is referred to?
Yes. Actually, Howard himself didn't write it. It was a different author who had written notes in it, but he does make comments about how the arm is divided just like the sword, and he makes that comment. Just pushing the leg, and when you start to pull, that's when the throw is used against him. And that's exactly what the sword. You feel the heart pressure, you feel the stomach pressure, you react based on that. Oh, this looks intense.
They're getting into it.
I'm
A lot of underhooks, a lot of struggling to try to gain control of the head.
And
Sam's trying to get the legs.
I have to confess, there's a couple of techniques I would love to see those exact legs. I'm hoping I do.
Oh, Sam's trying to get low to prevent any kind of throw. He's trying to center his gravity lower, which makes it much harder for you to actually throw the person.
As a
On the
note,
flip side, it's harder to use it against someone.
a note again on the weight, Sam Street is 194.2, and our fighter is 197.4.
Very close for all practical purposes. Now, how they distribute it in terms of muscle mass. Sacrifice fails. Officially, we have to reverse it. during the elimination technique, I saw one technique almost come perfectly into play, but it was countered. It was a technique called the second log wrestling.
So I'm going to interrupt for a second. We have a question for the people of the live stream, and they say,
does ringing cultivate use of weapons while grappling?
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, ringing is really the foundation. You learn how to fight with your body. Once you really have a good sense of this, if you add a weapon, sure, cutting technique and so forth, it's going to be a little bit different in this, but there are so many grappling techniques that come directly out of it, and a big one that a lot of people forget is armored fighting. Since in armored fighting, your cuts don't really do much. So if, for example, you and your opponent close in, you try to get the thrust in the gap, your point misses the person. If you back off, your opponent's going to attack you, so you have to be able to maintain your distance.
Finally, in the open wrestling division, ring division, we have Sean Franklin in white.
Look to his ankle for the whites.
And Hank McLemore in black.
This is outside we do not distract competitors, but we also don't want to be too soft for the live stream, so we'll raise it just a little bit.
Okay, fast note about this. Actually, in this fight, we have 30 pounds of difference in our competitors.
Can you give us
the weights on
black and white?
I have, just remember me the names.
So Sean is white, although black jacket. Hank McLemore is the one in the blue jacket, but he's technically the black flag.
Like that.
So Sean is 203.5 and Hank is 231.2.
200, what was that last week?
231.2.
Excellent use of the grips, a lot of arm drags being attempted. Both people are getting out of it. This is actually really, really tense. Sean Franklin is crazy, crazy strong. Interesting about Hank. Hank has only 100% done ringing, has never done high school wrestling, has never done another martial art. He's been doing this for the last year and has come an amazingly long way. He really has such a good sense of this. Sean, I know, has also wrestled in other competitions. I'm not sure what else his other martial arts background is, but I know he's done really well for various other HEMA-type wrestling.
Just looking at him as a gauge of weight, 231 pounds is hard to believe. He must be incredibly dense in his muscle mass. Am I understating that? Look at the arm controls. There's some micro control of the arm braking grips.
They're asking me.
They are both trying to get control of the body as well as the arms.
You're fishing for fish. So, and another thing that people is asking me where McLemore is from. I think he's from Blood and Iron. If you check the line.
Oh, McLemore is not. McLemore's from Virginia Academy of Fencing. Sean Franklin is from Blood and Iron.
Sorry, I made a mistake there. Don't need to be
Control of the head. He's got control of the head. Oh, he lost it.
So what's allowed in terms of head grip control?
Oh, you're allowed to grab it. You're allowed to yank it down as long as you're not wrenching the neck. That's fine.
What about a choke?
Chokes are allowed. Incidental contact on the neck is fine. But the ref will tell you to break it off. That's supposed to happen though.
No attacks.
No attacks on the neck at all.
Now I did in the elimination see arms go around the head and then around the other arm. That's allowed.
Yes, that's absolutely allowed. That's a common technique. Oh, wait. What do we got? Okay. He started to try to get underneath. Sean maintained. Hank is too light. Hank is one of the nicest human beings in the world. You might not know how he resists. But he's the kind of person who says he's sorry in the middle of a competitive wrestling match.
Yeah, we were fencing earlier, and yes, one of those happened. Oh, interesting. Tried to.
You can see how exhausted they are. You can see this is so intense.
It's a whole aerobic activity.
They keep slipping off the control there.
People is getting anxious
Coach
about
is
this.
Doug Bonham there. It's a white. It's up to the back.
Down and control. Action.
Very nicely done. Once you have control of that, it is very difficult to break free. There are a lot of counters that are shown in the sources of that. There's a hard decks, they're very hard decks.
Tense match to a single point. Beautiful execution. But he had to work for it.
Oh, he had to work. That was very intense.
And his coach is very
And And that's it. Okay, guys. Sean and Bill, I'm very thankful for you to join us. I think you're back to the audience to be able to scream loudly and with all the passion needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Now we're having Jake Norwood join us. So, Sean, thank you for your smartness. And see you around. And now we have the winner, the Captain America, the man with the nice bow, Jake Norwood.
So hi, good evening. Glad to be here. So we're talking. Let's see here. What's the next event up right now?
Our next event is Synthetic Longsword.
Synthetic Longsword. Okay, fantastic. So as many of our viewers know, Synthetic Longsword is really where competitive longsword and competitive HEMA started in the U.S. back in 2010 with the event that would later become Fexual America. Back then, I think it was just the International Open Gathering or something to that effect in 2010. First competitive event in the U.S., and it began with synthetic longswords, very similar to what these gentlemen are fighting with here today. A couple of years later, Purple Heart Armory would recreate the Swedish Penty sword, which is what was used at that time and was probably one of the better models for synthetic swords and competitive swords in Europe at the time. So they created that, and we began competing with that here in the United States. And only just last year at Longpoint, I think, was the first major open steel in North America. So the synthetic longsword, it seems like something of a holdover, but really what it is it's in many ways it's an entry-level competitive device. This is where we start taking fighters who have been in for a year, maybe 2 years, either don't have steel swords for various reasons, or simply have been practicing with synthetic swords for a long time. And it's a sort of it seems like a lower bar to entry, and there's a perception by many fighters that the synthetic sword is a little lower risk.
So I think this is great, and it helps a lot, especially for new people, I think, because steel, for once, I think this was invitational steel, right? Like, everyone has to bring their swords.
Well, this was, right, the steel longsword coming later wasn't invitational, but was bring your own steel, right? So if you didn't own one, you weren't going to be able to compete. That's correct.
And that's a way, I think that's a way to prevent people who have never fought with a steel to something dangerous or so, I don't know. But on the other hand, I think it's a very great thing, the nylon, especially because if you only do steel, it will be intimidating for those who are just starting, and that would not allow the community to start, like the new people to really join the tournament.
Right, exactly. The synthetic sword seems quite a bit less intimidating. Now, as somebody who's competed extensively with synthetic swords before steel competition became a thing, I can tell you that once you're actually in the ring, it isn't really actually less intimidating, but there's a perception there on a lot of beginner fighters, and you're right. It helps the community grow. It gets more people involved, and that's what we want to see happen. And so while the synthetic tournament is not the beginners tournament, it carries a little bit of that flavor for many of the fighters. For many, it's the first time that they compete. It's in a situation like the synthetic longsword tournament here.
Yeah, and a question for you, because you have been crazy running around. Has been like something special about this tournament in this year, like something interesting new that has happened?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are happening this year. The first, of course, is the size, and I think we've talked about that a lot. And I think the idea of talking about the size, it's not to brag, although there's a temptation. But no, in reality, what makes this size such a big deal is simply the scale of competition, both growth in the community and growth in an event like this. We don't have the math done yet, but last year, I want to say there was something around 450 separate bouts at Longpoint. We have to have exceeded that number by at least 100 bouts, maybe more this year. It's a lot of bouts. We have more fighters, we have more events. There were 24 fighters, I think, 24 fighters in the synthetic longsword. Some of them are relatively experienced. Some of them have won previous synthetic longsword matches. And it's time to get these guys a steel sword and move them on up.
Yeah, that sounds impressive. Like, how do you handle that with the staff? Like, you have like superhero staff, 100 staff.
So there's, I couldn't tell you the exact number offhand, but there's somewhere between of the 146, 47 registered attendees, something in the neighborhood of 40 of them are acting as staff in some function or another. Now, for some, that just means they're donating an hour or two of their time, and those are fully registered attendees. In other cases, they're donating 8, 10 hours. And it looks like it's time to go. So we'll continue on that line a little bit later. Go ahead, Mike.
I have Mike Edelson in the mic.
Okay, up next is Synthetic Open Longsword. Fighting for third place. In the red corner, Michael Forrest Meservey of Noble Science Academy. And in blue, Brian Ames of Mashes.
So this is going to be a really interesting match. These two fighters come from very different places competitively. Michael Forrest Maservi has been training for something in the neighborhood of 13 years. He actually had his very first longsword lesson in Utah when I was in a club there. So I can take no credit for him as a coach whatsoever, but I think the first time he ever held a longsword was in one of my classes. 13 years later, he's working on a combination of Fiori and German sources, Power and Feint in particular, and some Lichtenauer material. So we're going to see a combination of both what people would call Italian and German techniques coming out of Maservi. Ames, on the other hand, would be primarily a German stylist. He trains under Larry Tom and Mashes. Larry's been doing HEMA for as long as maybe anybody's been doing HEMA. And I think we're going to see, in addition to two very different styles, we're going to see two very different physicalities. Brian's a big guy. I think he's going to use that to his advantage.
And we also can see they are very friendly. They were just doing Hadokens and I don't know what they were doing, but it looked as fun. So that gives me the impression they're very nice people.
One of the things about HEMA fighters generally is that they're really nice people. There's a very minimal amount of ego in the community, at least the sort of kind of hostile ego. And these guys are going to finish the fight no matter who wins. They're going to hug. They're going to be friends. All right. So we see Maservi coming in initially with a thrust, and this is one of the things that he spends a lot of time in. Is a sort of center controlling, stabby fight. And I think we're going to see a lot of this sort of actions, attempts at winds and binds, and a lot of fighting out of low guards. Ames is going to come down from the top more often than not. He's going to try to use his superior height and strength. And as we see, he's going to be a little less concerned with defense.
So I have a question for you. In longsword, we have the control points, right?
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
How those work? I think this is a kind of new concept in a certain point.
So the Longpoint control point has been going on since 2012 when we first tried the Longpoint rules. And the idea is that there's a pyramid to score on. So if you simply hit a guy but it's not very good, you can get a point for contact but none for quality. If the strike is good, if the fighter is grounded, you'll get 2 points for a strike with quality. If that blow happens to also land on the head or on the torso or on the neck, you get a total of 4 points for that target. And if in addition to those prior criteria, you also control the opponent's blade actively as an attacker, you can get 3 additional points for a total of 7 points in a single exchange.
And as far as I know, 14 points also win the match. So you have 2 control points, that's enough for you
Absolutely.
To rock it on.
In previous years, a single control point would win a match, and we decided that we wanted to give the fighters more time to fight and to show their skills, and I think that's paid off this year.
I think it was to the arms.
2 points red, blue judges. No score.
And the judges agree. Something else worth pointing out, if it hasn't come up already, there are 2 judges watching each fighter instead of 4 judging watching both fighters. The center judge, the head judge or referee, is watching both fighters and adjudicating in the event that there's not a clear agreement or perhaps there's a clear mistake on the part of the judges. So in effect, we have 5 judges working the ring, the idea being that we get more accurate calls.
I had either the good look or bad luck, I don't know, of a judge. I don't know if it's good look or bad judge for the people I judge, but I have to say that this method is so refreshing for the judges. And it helps a lot to judges to have like a fresh view on it and to be more calm. I'm sorry, I don't know if someone under 18 is watching this, but judges are often blind and stupid in my opinion. I say that as a judge. There's a lot of pressure, so the fact of being able to relax a little bit on just having to watch one person, it's a huge help on making the calls. It makes it more fair, and I think it helps a lot. And fighter seems to be happy with that.
Absolutely. I think the overall quality of judging is better from last year. Not that there's not going to be complaints, not that people don't feel a little cheated at times. It's sort of the nature of judged competition. But I think that we're seeing, even more than that, the judges are being fatigued much slower. Judges are fresher, longer, and so it means they're able to maintain a higher level of judging for a longer period. And when you're running 3 straight days of tournaments, that's really important.
Also, as you were saying, the staff, they were changing every hour. which is something that in many tournaments they are not allowed to do that, and that helps so much.
Well,
You just can relax, get a massage in the feet, food. They were training us our Kings people. Pretty much Longpoint staff is just amazing. Longpoint managers are great. It's the first time I feel like a queen just by being staff.
Well, you're welcome. All right, let's take a look at the fight here.
We have 2 points on red, 5 on blue, and 2 doubles. If we get another double, they're just gonna lose it there.
Right, that's correct. Doubles are being recorded for statistical reasons, but by the time we get to the finals, there really is no impact for doubles, unfortunately. On that account, we'll probably see more of them, which is unfortunate. But something that I don't think anyone's really found a good solution for. Some tournaments in the past have disqualified both fighters as a result of it. And we decided that was ultimately unsatisfying, even though we kind of agree with the morality behind it. So let's take a look here. Let's talk about the swords a little bit. The swords we're fighting with here are Purple Heart Armory Type 3 swords, often called penties. As I mentioned, they're based on a European design. I believe they've also gone a couple of minor revisions since Purple Heart first came out with them.
And we finished. We have
All right.
2-12. Who's the winner?
So the winner would be blue. That would be Mr. Brian Ames. And that's the end of the first round. There will be 2 more rounds, potentially only 1 more round if Mr. Ames wins again. So
these nylon swords are very good for thrusting, and they don't have these walking things that the past nylons had. I remember there was a moment where nylon longswords have this gummy effect where they shake terribly during tournaments, and that affected a lot on the technique, on edge alignment, and that have improved a lot, I think, for what I've seen in this
Absolutely. I think, you know, as far as synthetic swords go, these are probably the best thing on the market right now. Certainly the best thing that I've used. And I think as far as, well, I don't know, what do you think the future is of synthetic swords in HEMA? We see more and more steel swords all the time, but yet there's a place for these. So what do you think that place is?
I think the nylon is gonna stay. It's definitely good for new people. It's safer, it's less expensive, and that's, let's face it, that's a huge impact in HEMA.
Right.
People who's starting don't want to spend like $1 billion on equipment because they're not sure. I mean, we know they're gonna love it, but they're not sure. And this is like a first step. First on confidence, like feeling more secure, and second on being more affordable.
Right.
And once they have the nylon and they see steel, it's like, oh, maybe I want to move there. So I think it's the first step. So I'm totally seeing this staying around.
Well, and something else we see, you know, frequently is the HEMA clubs in the U.S. are getting larger, not quite to the level that we see in Europe yet, where there's, you know, 100, 200, 300 people in a club, but they're getting larger. And as clubs begin to put together their own budgets, they begin buying their own equipment. It makes a lot of sense from a maintenance standpoint, from a cost standpoint, from an accessibility standpoint, to go in with these nylon swords, with these synthetic blades. So I think that they're going to be around for quite a while, and I think the designs are going to continue to improve.
And also, I remember we used to use a lot wooden swords. Compared to the wooden, these last longer. You can trust with them. They're like, we can call them friendly.
They, you know, I went back to my old wooden swords, also from Purple Heart actually, a couple of weeks ago. And I still use them to hit the pel. I found that I didn't have the sort of nimbleness that I wanted, and I wasn't able to play with my training partners in the same kind of way. So I put it away and went and I got my synthetic. So definitely still useful even at high levels.
And we're starting with the points. We have 2 points red and 0 blue. So
right, so it looks like we might be looking towards a little bit of a reversal here, right? I mean, Ames won the last one. If we can get Missouri to come in here, win the second one, we'll be going into a third round, and that would be fantastic.
And we're having a little bit of judgment in. Giving 1 point
Point to red, so we continue to see the gap widen. There's that low guard that I told you that we're going to see. Ames has responded to the same thing. He comes up in a plow. This is going to cut off Missouri's ability to cut up into that lower opening. It's going to force Missouri to try something a little different. So I think we'll see Missouri's point come up here shortly. He's slowly rising into a plow-like position. Ames sets him up, pushes it up, takes the cut, but Missouri cuts back down right after. So we're going to end up with...
I have to say, it always put me in a lot of tension when they're waiting there, like for hours, and they just have this quick
Right, this is
super
the
fast
burst
exchange
of action.
that kills me horribly.
Well, and as a fencer, you know, as an audience participant, sometimes it's not as exciting. There's not as much movement, right? I mean, there's tension, but it doesn't seem quite as exciting. I'll tell you, as a fighter, in a lot of cases, those moments when your toe moves a little, you turn the foot a little, you're slowly trying to get in position, you're trying to avoid, getting rooted to the ground, right? As you sort of start to calcify, and you don't want to move because the guy's going to come at you, right? He's going to take you. And so it's as a fencer, it's a pretty exciting thing to watch two fighters square off like that.
It's pretty much a psychological fight.
Absolutely.
Like sometimes I can't even imagine how they're mentally fighting, because for me, it's like having all these options, like if I go this, it's going to happen this other thing, so I might rather do this other thing, so it's going to happen that. So they're really having a mental conflict.
So exactly, these fighters study, right? They study the sources, they know what they're looking at. When they both came in at low guards, there were no openings really available that they could go after in the right kind of way. So Ames comes into a plow, Maservi slowly rises up against it because he realizes he's locked down. Now Maservi comes in, he can't quite decide on the guard yet, that's going to hurt him. And I thought I saw a strike to the forearms. Maybe it wasn't caught, and there's a strike over the top of the head.
I think I saw a double, yeah.
Okay, all right, the judges, all right. All right, head judge says that Blue soaked up a blow in order to land a blow that's failure to defend. He'll get no points for any action that he made during that exchange.
So there's a difference, there are two kinds of doubles, as far as I know. There's the doubles where both are neglecting defending in a certain point, so they get 2 points. And the other one is when one makes the hit and the other one doesn't defend, so hits, and that creates.
Right, exactly. There's the double without defense, which is essentially a double that makes you flinch, right? It's that messy double where neither fighter paid any attention to their own safety. But sometimes you'll attack a guy, he'll leave an opening there, the opening seems safe, you take the opening, and then having absorbed that blow, he'll fire back at you, essentially gaming the afterblow. In which case, the judges can call failure to defend and nullify those points that he won by his, questionable tactics.
This was very useful in the other pools when there still was this 3 out thing for the fighters, like after 3 doubles. So I think one of the moves with the doubles didn't get marked in the score. Am I right or am I wrong?
So the you mean as far as adding up for a double without defense?
Yeah. So one lands the hit, the other one don't defend, so you get a double, but it's because one didn't defend.
Right.
As far as I understand, when that kind of double-ish happened, the one who made the blow gets the point, and the one who defend.
There's not any points, that's correct, exactly.
But you didn't get a mark on the double.
Right, it wouldn't count as a double against the fighter, so it wouldn't drive the fighters out of the match earlier.
And I think that's also another improvement when it comes to fights. And we have red winning.
Red winning, 11-2, I believe the score was in the second round.
So we have another fight.
Right, so we are going to go to a third round as we anticipated. And this is a pretty big reversal, actually, because Ames shut out Maservi, not shut him out, but beat him pretty soundly in the first round. And now we have the opposite happen.
I am so sorry. For those who were hearing silence of me, I'm so sorry. And then you're gonna say like I'm too loud. I'm sorry. I will try to not burst your ears.
Mariana, one of the things that you'll learn, if you haven't already, because I know you run, you're involved in a lot of events, certainly Schwertkampf down in Mexico, for example, is that you can never win. So embrace it. Embrace the not winning and enjoy it. It's part of the fun.
Yes. And I have to say, when we have this kind of times, I always want to put a little microphone on the people who's supporting the fighters.
Oh yeah,
what they're saying.
Love to hear what the coaches are saying. So let's talk about the coaches. We got Ed Toten over here working with Brian Ames. Ed Toten fights with the Virginia Academy of Fencing and other groups. He's a reenactor. He's been doing HEMA for a fairly long time. I have no idea right now what he's telling Brian. In the far end, over in the red corner, Maservi's being coached by Richard Marsden and Kyle Griswold of the Phoenix Society of Historical Swordsmanship. They don't belong to the same club, but they're friends. And this is part of what is cool in HEMA, is that if you come to an event, you don't have a coach, you can go to some other club, some other fighter you respect, and say, hey, would you coach me? And in most cases, the answer will be sure.
And we're back in start. This is the moment when we will know who the real winner is.
We had a strike over the cross, and another strike underneath the hands from blue against red. Red then struck back, landing a blow across Ames' arm. So because blue failed to protect himself from the after blow, they both get 2 points, and ultimately ends up being nullified. Okay, so here we are in the low guards, challenging with a high guard, and he comes up with a thrust from Boris tooth. This is a technique that he would have pulled from his Italian repertoire. Yep, worth 4 points.
We have a meeting because I think someone watched a double.
Right. One of the judges, Stephen Hirsch, is saying that he felt there was a double that defense. The other blue judge, Michael Chittister, says that no struck land or he abstained. And there's not currently different flaggings for that. Something that we might look at in the future for a difference between abstaining and there was no hit, because those are really very different calls. All right, and it's decided that it's a double.
So we have 0-0 and 1 double.
And about a minute left in the round. Again, low guard against high guard. Good shot there. Red comes in, takes the opening with a Nachreisen up underneath Ames' arms. Ames comes down, but Red parries with a high guard. Oops.
We have 4 points red.
Red is ahead. I think Maservi has found some confidence here. Maybe he's beginning to exploit some flaws in Ames' game. Oh. So we had a thrust there, an attempt perhaps for a control point, but alas, the line was not covered, and Red thrust back at the same time, leading to a double without defense. Similar situation there. In fact, I might call that failure to defend. Let's see what the judges say. Okay, the ref is going to go ahead and score both points, but it ends up in 0 points, so neither gains an advantage by that exchange.
So we're seeing a nice defense in there.
Right. They're starting to play a little more. Well, I was about to say they're still playing a little more cautiously. But again, I'm going to think double without defense. Yep, and head judge Michael Edison agrees.
I think one of the problems we have. Oh, there you go.
Right, stab to the midsection, followed by a stab to the face.
So he got 1 point. I think it was because the thrust was very light.
It was very light. It was tentative. He's not committing to it. He's starting to lose his nerve a little bit. As you said before, so much of this is a mental game, and your fortune can reverse very quickly if your mind gets away with you.
And for example, something I see a lot in longsword in general or in other tournaments is that you land a hit, and we have this thing of keeping the hit there for the judges to see it.
Right.
And that just provokes that we get another hit.
Exactly. So you have to plant the hit firmly and then retreat underneath.
So we're running.
Out of time. Moving hard against it. Now Red places his weapon up underneath the forearm, perhaps try to schnitt, and I think that's a good call. There was no quality in the blow.
Oh, now
we tie it with 1 second. We are almost certainly going to overtime, and there it is. A salute, mutual decision to go to overtime. This is exactly what happened in 2 of my fights with Doug Bonnick just a few minutes ago. We just sort of wordlessly decided that we were going to wait for the sudden death overtime.
And also, I was about to bring the fire extinguisher because those things were smoking.
Oh yeah. There were 10 single sticks. Actually burned a little bit. The first time it happened, I was trying to figure out what was burning in the room. Turns out it was my sticks, or according to some of our viewers in the live chat, it might have been my tie. All right, once again, prodding and breve. Parry. Okay, there was a point. Looks like Red might have planted the thrust. I couldn't see it at my angle.
So there was nothing?
Well, it looks like head judge says it hit the cross guard.
Head judge has a right to change the call if he thinks it's very obvious.
Right, he has to have strong feelings about it. Once again, it's going to look like a double without defense to me. I don't know. No, nobody's calling it a double. So it looks like we have a slice, a push cut of some sort across the torso, coming from Red. And blue, I didn't see what happened there. I had the wrong angle on it. Did you?
Seems like first it was a hit on the hand, and the other one's like a very like playful hit to the stomach, so that will give only 1 point. If that happens, actually that does not solve the
Okay, so 2 points each. Looks like we have them shots or something.
So they're kept equal.
All right.
So actually, another thing is, if they only get 1 point, they were not gonna win because they need a 2-point
They need a
difference.
12-point lead.
I think Red got the arm.
It looks like there was an arm shot there.
2 points.
No.
You have to be careful and get in and out.
And this often happens in overtimes and near the end. Fighters get desperate. We begin to see more doubles. I think that was good. That was a thrust over the sword to the throat. Looks like Red had a little bit of a pushback. That's 4-1. That's a difference of 3. Brian Ames from Mashes wins in overtime in the third round. Fantastic.
We have 6-9. That was stressing.
Synthetic open longsword. Third place, Brian Ames.
So coming next, we have
First place match for synthetic longsword.
And for the first and second, we have... Who do we have? Do we know who we have?
We should.
We should. Give me a few minutes, few seconds.
I believe this is going to be Steve Vianney and Justin Apperson. Is that correct? No?
No.
That is not correct.
Tyler Brussaux, yes.
Tyler Colbin. Sure enough. All right. Tyler Tolton and Peter Brousseau.
Both from United States, I think.
Yes, both fighters are from the United States. Peter Brousseau is from the Virginia Academy of Fencing. He's been doing HEMA for about 7 years. He placed highly in Sword and Buckler here in 2012. I want to say he took second place to Sam Street that year. And he was third place in the synthetic longsword last year here at Longpoint.
So he has history.
He does. He's also a left-handed fencer, which for even experienced fencers who aren't experienced fighting lefties can be something of a challenge.
Yeah, lefties have like a natural benefit of being rare. They're like this special situation in HEMA.
Lefties know how to fight righties. Righties often don't know how to fight lefties. And it's amusing when you put two lefties against each other because they often don't know what to do with each other.
Yeah, and as someone who has the benefit of having a left hand in her own club, even with the time, it's still confusing. Because when you learn the techniques, you often get, the other two left-handed to do them. And even if you're trained like that, when you face a lefty, it's always confusing for a long time. And now we have Mike Edelson.
Fighting for first place in synthetic open longsword. In red, Tyler Tolman of Sword Guns.
The crowd.
Peter Brousseau of VAF.
We can see the fans.
We can. So Tyler Tolton is a newcomer to Longpoint and really I think to HEMA style competition generally. I also, believe it or not, got to talk to his, this is probably embarrassing, we got to talk to his mother yesterday. And his mother was thrilled about the entire event. And all she could remember is how this needs to be on ESPN. So also for those of you that know, there's a New York Times reporter here. She immediately after that ran up to him and raved to him about how this needs to be on ESPN. So I think,
we're ESPN next time.
Hey, here we come, the Ocho, here we come.
So we have I
would call it a double out defense. It's like the judges are going to call those hits individually. No, but head judge doesn't like it.
Mike is calling. He didn't like the head shaping. So while they're talking, actually, I want to ask you, which countries are in Longpoint this year?
So we have the United States, of course, and Canada. We have a couple clubs from Canada. We also have Sweden, a few clubs represented. We have a fencer from Denmark. We have fencers from Mexico, including, obviously, my co-host here. And Scotland, yeah, that's right, we do have a fencer from Scotland. We also have a fencer from New Zealand, who lives in England, I believe. So
more international can go.
If you ask her, this is Kit Smith I'm talking about, she'll simply say, I am a foreigner.
Red judges. 2 points red, blue judges. 4 points blue.
So red is leading by 4, blue is with 2.
Yep, 4-2 red. About a minute to go. Brousseau taking measure. Tried to lure, pulled it back, took a shot to the hand as he pulled his sword back.
It calls a little bit to my attention that the red fighter always pulls his head back a little bit.
Right, exactly.
I'm not used to see that.
Right. Well, the red fighter has a very interesting stance. Actually, it's not something that I've seen. It's not something that I've seen. Happen in a lot of places. So I'd be interested to learn a little bit about where he trains and what his school is, because he has sort of an unorthodox style, and that might be part of what's brought him to this point so far in the tournament.
And they're 4-4 now. I wonder if that kind of slowing to like laying down will give him a certain imbalance in the future. I don't know if you can play with that. So if he's letting his head back, could he rush him and make him fall down?
It's certainly possible, and that would count as a throw. He could gain 4 points for Brousseau if that were to happen. All right, red gains an advantage. We can hear Tolton's family getting very excited in the stands. All right, we had a clash above, followed by a blow underneath.
I think that's
okay. The 1 point red, I think we had the sword flop around a little bit and kind of tapped Brousseau on top of the head, but Brousseau had a very authoritative blow to the midsection. And there it is again, same strategy. It's almost like Lichtenauer's Zwerchhau to Ochsen to plow, although these look more like Oberhau and Unterhau.
And I think just Brousseau just plays a stickman by giving all those hits to his opponent, like one after the other, after the other, after the other. He's right now ahead just by 1 point.
Right, exactly. Until we see how this call comes out. But he's pushing aggressively. He's trying to overwhelm his opponent, who's a little static. Yep, there we go. 1 point red, 4 points blue, as the judges called initially. That puts blue ahead.
I don't know what that was.
That's going to look like it might be a double out defense. Okay, alternately. No, double out defense, so it is. So we have a question from some of our users about one-handed strikes. In some past iterations of the Longpoint rules, a single-handed blow, unless it was part of a grapple or was delivered with the offhand, perhaps, was not worth a quality point. That is not the case in Longpoint this year. Single-handed strike can earn a quality point. It can earn all the way up to a control point, just as, say, a pommel strike could. However, as strikes, looks like we have a safety hold on account of the bib there.
Actually, it seems like the public hold.
Right. Well, the public, if there's something dangerous, we actually want viewers to call out a halt. What we worry about is that this might be used in an inappropriate fashion, right?
Well, they just finished. Last call. Nothing happened.
All right, they decided maybe it was a little too messy. They couldn't discern what happened. First match has gone to blue, so Brousseau is in the lead. It'll be a couple seconds rest. Another match if Brousseau wins again. That will determine the first place, and if that's the case, then Brousseau will have won the synthetic long sword. And I think we're telling him he's got to get a steel sword and show up to steel next year. We're not going to let him do it again.
Yes, and we're watching to the coaches. Actually, he does. I think that is the coach of Tyler, and Brousseau is being coached by David Raw, also from BAF. Actually, I think David is his coach, if I'm right.
No, that's correct. That's correct. The head coach over at VF is Bill Grandy, who we saw earlier during the cutting competition and was one of the commentators during the wrestling.
Yes.
But David is actually one of the managers at Virginia Academy of Fencing. He's also one of the head coaches. And the Virginia Academy of Fencing has had a fantastic showing out here this weekend.
And it seems like they have been having the largest amount of fighters, or at least they bring a lot of people.
Well, it's convenient that we're in Maryland and Virginia is only about an hour and a half away for them. It's also a very large organization. I asked Bill a couple of years ago how many people he has do some kind of a HEMA class, the Virginia Academy of Fencing, every year, and he estimated it was about 300 people a year. Now, most of those are little kids, and we don't necessarily have a huge rate that turns over into this, but it's clearly growing, not just in size, but in skill.
And if they have little kids, those little kids are going to be the future of HEMA.
Absolutely.
So we can be waiting for them to grow up and show how the many years of training have worked.
They can show us all how it's done.
So we're having the second match. I think Brousseau is pushing a little bit.
There we go. Now, if Blue's strike didn't land, I couldn't tell. I would say it would probably be a control point. Looks like they're going to give him 1. They're going to give him 4 points for a strike to the head. They're not going to award control because there was another strike in the same tempo.
I also understand that you can get control points while the other person gets points.
Right, so if you manage to solidly control the opponent's weapon in the time that you strike, and then they're able to wrench their weapon free perhaps afterwards and get an afterblow before the ball, it is possible to still earn that control point.
And we just saw a clean cut to the arm.
Clean cut to the arm.
Just 1 point, very low.
Use of range. All right. Head judge decided to award it 2 points. He felt like there was sufficient range in the cut, range of motion, and stability. The quality point isn't earned for hitting hard. It's earned for hitting in a structured, balanced fashion with at least 60 degrees of rotation in the blade and hitting with the weak part of the sword. You don't have to hit hard, just well. That's going to be a double that defense.
Yeah.
And Brousseau is cleanly in the lead at this point.
Oh, that's another double.
It's either a double that defense or potentially failure to defend on Brousseau.
Mike is slowly
subducting
the judges to the center.
We're having a lot of judges' conferences during this match.
I wonder if they're just telling what they saw on the soap opera last weekend. Oh, we are racing together.
I don't know. Our soap operas probably aren't as good as yours. We don't have Telemundo. So
I'm sorry.
It's like Days of Your Lives or something. I'm not sure what's still on nowadays. Mike Ellison probably knows. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So what we have here is we have Tolton coming in, placing his weapon out, but not putting any kinds of force behind it. Followed by Brousseau's rapid fire, fairly strong blows.
And it seems like Brousseau have been using the same technique a couple of times.
Well, it seems to be paying off in Tolton's strategies and accounting for it. Tolton needs to change what he's doing to make that something that Brousseau can't get away with anymore. There's this tendency of fighters, and it happens to even experienced fighters, to sort of walk into a death spiral, where you get used to doing one thing and you swear it's going to work this time, right? And that actually happens on both sides, and I think we're seeing a little bit of about that here. Because this is working for Brousseau, but it's not working as well as it probably ought to. Or at least you wouldn't use this as many times, right? So I'd like to see Brousseau do something different, but Tolton's going to keep letting him get away with it.
Brousseau's a little bit excited, and we are 4 points for Tyler and 7 points for Brousseau.
43 seconds to go, but this can catch up at any time. Up to 7 points can be earned in a single exchange.
Oh.
All right. They may call that as an afterblow.
I don't think so. I think it was leg.
They're saying that he missed. They're saying that red missed. And then Blue took 2 points. All right, that's a pretty wide margin now.
I was there that I saw a flat from Tolton. Maybe that's why he marked it.
You may have, and the judges may have decided that the flat was in position, but perhaps pushed along the body, didn't actually impact it, not enough to give even that contact point. There we go. We see a new technique out of Tolton.
He's turning.
And it may have paid off. It looks like 4 points for red. And saying nothing happened.
Brousseau will have to change technique.
Alright. Looks like that Zverhout did not land. It did not hit Brousseau's head. the shot to the arm, the after blow to the arm, or actually the only blow to the arm that Brousseau provided. There's a tap to the hands. It's the second time in a row he's used that technique. Tolton's getting hung up in ox too often.
And Brousseau is leading. We have Tolton with 4 points and Brousseau with 13, so it's very complicated to put up fight to that.
There we go.
Red judges. 2 points red, blue judges. 2 points blue.
For 7 seconds, it's not going to be able to catch up. And it's possible Brousseau, sensing no risk, went in, decided it was better to get an additional point, perhaps even to try to money up the whole affair with some kind of a double hit, which is not the way we want to see, but there's no denying that that's the strategy that people are going to use. Something we got to think about as organizers, how we can reduce the usefulness of that as a strategy. And so we have a winner, Peter Brousseau, the Virginia Academy of Fencing. His first win here, the Synthetic Open Longsword, but not his first medal at Longpoint.
I think he was like, you know what, I get 3rd place last year, I need to put it up this year, and he made it.
He did. He brought it up. And Tolton, even though he lost the match, he's still 2nd place. You know, I know from my own competitive history that sometimes it's better to be that guy who gets 3rd place because at least the last match anybody sees, you won.
Yes.
You feel a little bit higher, but 2nd place is still, in fact, better than 3rd place.
They've always said that 2nd and 4th are like suitor beat. Like you made it hard, but you could always go to the next step.
Absolutely, absolutely. It always feels a little anticlimactic.
But he looks happy.
He does. He looks pretty good. Well, how can he feel bad? He took second. He took 2nd place.
And a little bit lost.
Yeah.
We see him walking around, wondering
Yeah. Where's he going to put his gear, right? Where's he going to put his gear? All right. We have the head referee, Mike Edelson, dancing around. He's having a good time. Mike Edelson has been the head referee at Longpoint both last year and I want to say the year before. Prior to that, it was Mikko Wittegren, who we actually flew down from Sweden to do the job because we saw him do such a good job at swordfish.
He has been doing a lot of work there too. And now we're moving to pair technique.
All right, the pair technique competition. Corey Winslow announcing.
All right, everyone. Now we're going to start the paired technique competition. So for those of you who don't know anything about the paired technique competition, it's a competition in which people study the manuals. In this particular competition, it was pseudo Peter von Danzig. They had, I believe it was 6 months to study the manual. They could go through all the techniques with their partner, and then a week out of this competition, we announced particular techniques that each team is supposed to practice. They come before our panel, and they're scored on a series of criteria.
And then the person from the team who has performed the techniques best, in our opinion, is the winner. So, how it goes is we have a team come up, we announce a technique. For this particular round, finals, we have 2 techniques that they will be practicing. They will perform the technique, we will score their performance, and then they will return to their places, and we will announce the next technique. They will come, perform the technique, go back to their places, and we will score them. So, without further delay, we're going to begin the competition. Thank you.
Okay, so the paired technique competition. This is the third paired technique competition that's happened out here since the beginning of this. The first one was at Short Point earlier this year, then effectually in New York, and now here we are at Longpoint for the paired technique competition. So as Corey explained, our viewers may not have been able to hear. This involves essentially a cooperative exercise between a team of 2 partners. Wherein they take a specific set plays out of a chosen source. The source this year was Peter von Danzig, or pseudo Peter von Danzig, and the techniques have been selected specifically for their difficulty, the number of techniques involved, and they will be judged based on their exactness in adhering to the techniques as written in the sources, and also based on their martial intent.
Oh, cool. And now we have Mike. No, Mike is off. Mike is on, Mike is off. That's a good joke.
He's up, he's gone.
So paired technique is a very new term. Okay, Mike is on the mic.
Okay, here we
Our
go.
first team is Doug Bonnick and Bill Grandy of Virginia Academy of Fencing.
All right, Bill Grandy, Doug Bonnick, Virginia Academy of Fencing.
We have been seeing these guys in most of the tournaments.
Absolutely. Doug Bonnick in particular has been in, he competed in just about everything and has done well in just about everything. And maybe he may be in more finals today than any other fencer except perhaps Axel Pedersen.
Can you translate that for us?
If I can remember it all. Let's see.
And judges are making decisions.
It's fair. It's fair.
So I think they, I don't know pretty well how the gradient works, but I think they check that the actions are the ones that have to do, and that they have the right momentum, that they're doing it like confidently and not like
absolutely.
studying. So
yeah, I mean, they graded on two basic criteria. One is, if the book says step with the right foot, did they step with the right foot? If it says use the short edge, did they use the short edge? And so there's room for interpretation within the exact words used in the text. So part of what's fun about this is you get to see the interpretations of different clubs performed at a nice speed. We're hoping at some point, and I've spoken with Michael Chittister, the Wigtoner, about this, his idea actually, that he'll eventually take the best examples from these competitions and put them on the Wigtoner pages for these techniques as examples of fighters attempting to interpret these movements. All right, the Außernehmen.
that was beautiful.
Very well done. This is a part of the Nachreisen section of City Peter Van Dam. Certainly, it's what we all want, right? It's what we all want. We get a little closer every year. I don't know if we're ever going to look quite this sterile, frankly. But I think that we're getting better and better at pulling some of these techniques off, and I think that this is going to push fencers to be more exacting in what they do. More exacting, because there's this tendency you get interpretation that works for you, slowly it floats away from hearing this material as strictly as perhaps it should. And I think this is going to help redirect those fencers who care.
And it takes you to the source, which is super important. And I do believe that whoever entered to this competition, if they entered at the same time to any of the longsword tournaments, it was like a double help.
Right, absolutely.
So this is a tournament that I'm very happy that I have.
Our second team, Casper Anderson of Triangle Sparkhill and Dustin Reagan of Breslin Fencing Center.
All right, we're going to see something a little bit different here. Both of these fencers are left-handed, so they're going to be performing the same techniques. They will both be performing them from the left side, so this will be a mirror image of what we just saw. These are also not two fencers who train together regularly, but they are both very talented fencers. The first set play is fair. Abschneiden, duplieren, winden.
If someone filmed that, I can totally add effects of blood going out.
Next one will be the Außernehmen. So these earlier come from pseudo Peter von Danzig.
They're taking the time. They see.
The judges are confirmed.
We have 5 judges?
There are 4 judges and 1 reporter. So the 2 judges on the right is really looking at Ben Michaels and Corey Winslow, are the technique judges. They're grading the techniques according to adherence to a checklist of items, essentially that are found in the original text from von Danzig. The other 2 judges
Technique number 2, Alzara Min.
Intent. Does it look like fighting or does it look like dancing? But the second, I was working with Mike Edelson, actually. We made it all the way up into 2nd place behind Josh Howley and Betsy Winslow. They won both. But I will tell you, this is actually very nerve-wracking. The criteria by which we're judged is incredibly strict and rigid. And the slightest mistake will get you.
Our third team, Betsy Winslow and Joshua Hawley of the Medieval European Martial Arts Guild.
So they're asking me who is judging this. I'll go with that later.
So the judges, as I mentioned previously, we have Ben Michaels and Corey Winslow as the technique judges. We have Eric White and Tim Hall as the martial intent judges. No, I don't think there's any bonus points for doing that. But I will tell you, a little bit of vocalization helps those martial intent judges feel like you care, feel like you're putting a little bit of energy into it. So there's a question about switching sides, and the answer is the winner of the technique will always come from the judge's left hand, which would be our right hand if we're facing the judges. In that case, it would be in the far position. Betsy Winslow would be the winner of this technique. It was inverse for the left-handed fencers, of course.
Yeah.
And the idea is that is the side where we see the technique happen, so to speak, and were this a manual plate, that is the side that at least we would hope that the technique would be illustrated from.
Oh, that's an interesting way to put it. And I think this is a very nerve-wracking tournament. Like even if you see people standing there, like you can even hear the silence.
No, absolutely. There's a lot of pressure involved, and again, tiny mistakes. So this is Betsy Winslow and Josh Howley of the Middle European Martial Arts Guild. It's actually their club that founded this whole idea, got this started. And they've won the previous 2 based on how exactly they perform the techniques, and it's been a hallmark of that club since its inception several years ago.
And from what I recall, they have a marvelous compilation of videos they make about panels. So I think they really have a love for checking the source and working with it, which is something that I think we all should follow.
Well, you think about like ring structures like belts and HEMA, right? And most clubs have some kind of structure, and some it's there's an instructor and a bunch of guys who fight. And others there's a scholar, free scholar, provost, and so on. The rankings within the Medieval European Martial Arts Guild include as part of the test to go to the next ranking translation of an original source, even when it's already been translated. But this idea of being very close to the sources is really important to them, and it's one of the things that I would like to see most percolated into other clubs, right? As we focus more and more on competition and on fighting, I don't want to take our eye away from the original goal.
Yeah, totally agree. And now we go back to Mike.
Our fourth and final team, Stephen Biani and Justin Apperson of the Sword Class NYC branch of the New York Historical Fencing Association.
So if you didn't hear, that is Steve Vianney and Justin Apperson of New York Historical Fencing Association and Sword Class NYC. Their coaches, their coach rather, is Tristan Zukowski, who we saw earlier in the cutting competition.
Very formal saluting.
Both of these fencers have been training for around a year, one just under, one just over. Judges putting together the score. Difficult decision. I was speaking with Corey Winslow, who pioneered this earlier, and he said that the judging is getting much more difficult because there's not so many glaring mistakes anymore. It's getting a lot harder to decide who's really better than the other.
You have to train the fighters, but you also have to train the judges.
Well, I think that's, I was speaking with somebody earlier today, and they said the problem with HEMA is that we don't have any parents here. Parents. Well, in sports, in the U.S. at least, there's kids clubs for everything: kids soccer, kids football, kids basketball, and the judges, the refs, the coaches, they're all parents. So what we need is a whole bunch of HEMA parents to show up to Longpoint to be staff.
I will say agree on that, but I'm afraid most parents will go like, "You keep my son," and punch you back.
We can only hope. Sparks. And we came through. All right, there's the 4 techniques. They'll be dismissed by the judges momentarily, and then we'll be moving on to our next event, which, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the Messer. So this is Longpoint's first Messer tournament. Steel Messer, bring your own Messer.
Fun. So I have a question. We will have to wait for the results, or are they just going to say who's the winner right away?
Thank you very much.
I hate to say this, but I'm not sure.
Oh, snap. It was beautiful to watch. It's the only thing I can say. It was beautiful to watch.
Who do you think, of the 4 teams, we're not judges, we don't have any influence on this, who do you think had the sharpest presentation?
So we had the team of Bill, the team of Mimach guys, these guys who were from...
Right, and also Dustin Reagan and Casper Anderson, right?
I think... I'm going to sound like a horrible person, but I think that Casper and Dustin have a little of a disadvantage of being lefties, because you have to look at lefty and try to understand that. So I don't know if that could help confusing the judges or not, but I will go for either Mimach guys or VAF.
I'm going to lean towards VAF. I felt that they had... their movements were very crisp, very precise. I don't have the judging rubric in front of me, so I don't know that they made any mistakes. But if they didn't, I think they won on sort of intent alone, right? They were quick, they were aggressive, their movements were precise. That would be my bet for the winner of this one.
So I wonder what other people think. So if you have any clue or who do you think is the winner, we would like to hear that in the comments. And if you lose, you will owe me a drink. Right?
I think a couple people might lose on purpose just to see how many drinks they can buy you later. So look out.
Okay, that was a bad idea. Maybe a Coke.
That'll work. That'll work.
All
right. So what you got? What you got?
So we have Messer, but before that, I would like to mention some other sponsors that we have. And one is Albion Swords and Spess. What can you tell me about them?
Oh, wow. So Albion Swords, in a lot of ways, at least in the U.S., Albion Swords turned the corner for all of He-Man. I don't know that they realize this. But when they came out with their Meyer and their Lichtenauer model of training swords, suddenly we had training swords that were of high enough quality, high enough durability, and the right kind of weight and balance that we could really start training this stuff. So they've had huge influence. Beyond that, since we began these cutting competitions, it's almost exclusively been with Albion Swords. Albion has sponsored us every year for the past 3 years. They provide a sword. These are swords that have ranged from anywhere from $800 to $1,500 in value as prizes.
Where are they, by the way?
Albion Swords, they're up, I want to say they're in Wisconsin.
The swords they give you.
The swords. Where are the swords?
Yes.
Oh, I'm taking them all home.
Oh.
No, just kidding.
Where do you leave?
No, the sword this year, it's an Albion Crazy, and it will go to it'll go to the winner of the triathlon, which is our marquee event here.
So we're going with Mike.
All right, and Mike Edelson's ready.
You do like bourbon, yes? Up next is Messer, fighting for third place. Kyle Griswold of the Phoenix Society in... Oh, there's no colors. And Doug Bonnick of Virginia Academy of Fencing. Kyle is in red, Doug is in blue.
So Kyle Griswold of Phoenix Society in red, Doug Bonnick in blue. Doug Bonnick we just saw with Bill Grandy in the technique competition. Kyle Griswold, fantastic fencer. We're going to see him again later in the counted blows tournament. He's also one of the hardest hitters in US HEMA.
You know, now that we're looking at Doug and Axel Peterson having this many fights for good prizes, I would like to see them fight together. It gives me like this curious thing of how will a fight between Doug and Axel will be.
We'll have to set that up for tomorrow. So for everybody who wants to see that fight, you should have been here.
Boo-hoo for those who are not in Longpoint.
Alright, Griswold moving in. Both fighters have their hands out front. That could be a liability. Get sniped in the left hand, as opposed to a more traditional hand behind the back or hand on hip stance.
So question, is there control point in Messer?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Messer uses the exact same rules as the longsword this year.
One, two, get him!
Fantastic. Griswold comes in, probably attempting a control point. Some sort of an onsetsen with the Messer. Bonnick, who is a skilled grappler, allows him to close, prevents him from stabbing him, and then throws him, gets a solid takedown.
I think
4 points for Bonnick.
Kyle is going to consider getting close again.
Kyle's a strong fencer. He's fast. That might be a disadvantage for him in this fight. Bonnick is also fast. He's a skilled grappler. It's going to be tough for Griswold.
One, two,
All right. We have a fencer going into the table. Looks like he's okay. Griswold's mask came off. There may have been a ring out. I also thought I might have seen a weapon hit a forearm on the way in. I do not envy the judges at this moment.
And we also lost our live stream, by the way. Interesting note of the day. We almost lost our live stream. Tim, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, our stuff is okay, so we keep rolling.
Yes.
So I don't know what's gonna happen with this.
I don't either. This is one of those really difficult situations as a judge, right? You know how you've judged many tournaments. How would you handle a situation like this? What would you be saying to Mike right now?
I was saying to Mike to first make a note that getting out of R&B's place is not a good idea. They give the points to red, so for the going out, for the ring out, yeah. But I think they have to be
Shots from torso, quick void. Griswold wasn't fast enough to get in.
2 points blue.
3 seconds, though. In control.
during all the tournament. Actually, I've seen that Kyle really likes to push the other fighter.
Absolutely.
So that might be his method.
All right.
I don't know if that deserves a safety warning or not.
I think it probably should. I think it probably should. There should be some kind of a safety warning involved there, pushing him out like that up towards the table. The tables are close here. The space is a little bit cramped, and we could be looking at a legitimate safety issue here. So we need to be taking care of this.
I think as a judge, what we'll mark here is just make the comment that we're looking for a Messer fight, not an out-of-ring fight.
Right. Absolutely.
I don't.
Not sumo, right?
Yeah. I mean, Kyle is shown to be strong, but safety is first, and we have a table here, but we have public there, so we'll see how it goes. So they gave him the takedown?
They gave him the takedown points. So, clean shot in. I suspect that we might see, yep. They're saying 2 points for red. And 2 points for blue, so no point scored. Bonic's close. He needs 1 point. He needs at least 2 points.
That was a double to me.
Right. It may have been. It looks like a double, and then he wrapped up underneath it. So we got a strike to the ribs, and they're calling a double. Yep, agreed. Double out defense. I think that's probably the right call.
We have 10 seconds left. 1 pointer difference.
No, it's gonna look like another double out defense.
That's not gonna help.
Right. Tense fight. Blood is up. The fighters are making some poor decisions.
Doug is really trying to put up. It's just 1 point.
Ooh. All right. And it looks like a strike to Griswold's hand. Right before the bell. That was tight.
Wow. An hour makes me the difference.
All right, we got some discussion at the table. Okay, making sure that the calls were right. There's a lot going on.
So
making sure the table had the right scores. It could possibly change the score.
That's
We're gonna get a final
never
determination.
fun for the fighter. You're celebrating something that might not be.
Right. Okay. All right. All right. First match has gone to blue. Then first match has gone to blue. That's correct. The oh, looks like the clock is running. They should catch that, and perhaps this is a little break period. All right. Doug Bonick doing his best to maintain his composure. I think he's a little upset given the way that Griswold is manhandling him.
I think he's really trying to handle. I mean, one of the problems with these kind of pushes is that the adrenaline totally goes up, and it's very easy to get angry.
Right, it is. Well, and I think it's even more difficult when you have an opponent like Griswold who's being very aggressive, and you ask yourself the question: right now, is this a sword fight? You know, the way that you know, our cousin, you know, sport fencing saw this was by saying no grappling, and that's not something we want to see happen in Hema. It's not something that we want to see happen here in you know, here in Messer, especially since there's so much, you know, grappling and that sort of material, handwork, if you were, that happens in the Messer. So it's a necessary part of what we're seeing here. But sometimes you run into a guy like Griswold, and you're kind of wishing that it wasn't.
So we'll see how this goes. Doug either wins or might not. Or we go to a third round.
Go to a third round.
So what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think Bonick's going to have to move in tight and then draw his opponent out. He's not going to be able to let him close again. Even though he's the better grappler, it's too risky for him at this point.
Yeah, I think Bonick is not going to rely on his strength at that point, since it didn't work for him in the first match. But I don't know.
All right, see, he's a little more conservative. He's trying to provoke Griswold. And it works. He comes through. Looks like Griswold may have had a pommel on the back of the head. Yep, they're saying that it was there.
Blue judges. 4 points red, 4 points blue.
They're hitting each other so hard. Oh, he kept the foot.
Right. He kept the foot inside, and it looks like that. It looks like the strike after. Yep. Judges agree. The strike after was after the halt. It's 4 points for blue. That puts blue ahead. It's got to be a big mental advantage for Bonick right now. Griswold is intimidating his opponent, his opponent, but it might start to wear off if Bonick can maintain this lead. All right, recoiling back on the table.
Question is, are they both going to be able to keep their heads cool?
You know, I think they seem to have cooled down a little bit, which is good, but that could end in a heartbeat. You know, we've had a couple of examples in competitive Hema where fighters have sort of lost their cool. I think about Swordfish 2011 when there were some strikes made after a halt, probably because the fighters didn't hear him, and Mikko Videgren, who was the ref at the time, had to restrain Jan Jankiewicz from coming after Bert Hevart of Belgium.
So we're 4-4 now. Back to the stress.
Yep. And a warning for blocking with a hand. If Bonnick blocks with his hand again, he will be assessed a penalty of 3 points. His score will be reduced by 3 points. And Griswold will still earn the 2 points for striking him in the arm.
This is getting very hard to judge.
1 point for blue.
I honestly don't envy the judges right now. It's going so fast and so complicated.
This kind of fencing is very difficult to judge. And that's going to be a double dot defense. I can't see how it won't be.
Yeah.
Yep, sure enough. Judges agree. And again, pushing in, not even bothering to take a guard until close. Pushing in. Ooh. Careful, careful.
2 points red, blue judges.
All right, Fred got a cut across the hand. It looks like we're going into a third round, and something impressive happens in the next 20 seconds.
Oops.
Blue just said, "Give me my glove."
So I hope that little laughter helps.
So Bonnick at this point with 17 seconds left. Right? Well, 4 points for blue. Oh, that closes it up. Bonnick can win this thing with a clean 4-point blow, with a reduced 7-point blow, maybe down to 5 points, or down to 4 points, perhaps due to a ring out. He can tie this with a ring out, but if all he's able to do is maintain the status quo or only earn 2 points on him, he's not going to make it in. He's got to hit Griswold in the head or get a control point. Griswold knows that.
We have seen that 3 seconds are enough to change the final of a bout, so we'll see how this goes. Judge had to run away.
Edelson's moving in faster. He's trying to protect these guys from each other. All right, there's going to be more of this.
We want to see clean. That was a broken blade that flew right to the audience, and seems like Charles Murdoch catching in the air.
All right, we have a broken blade.
I think that breaking a messer is way more harder than breaking a feather.
No, I think that these smaller swords, they're a little bit lighter, and certainly like swordfish, the sabers, which are similar to construction, these break far more frequently. The feathers tend to bend. All right, looks like we had a thrust planted on the chest, followed by a strike to the chest. Blue judges saying double defense.
We're totally going to third
defense.
round.
We have 2 seconds left. This isn't going to end. Maybe.
I don't
Something like that.
think so.
Alright, so we are going into the third round, which has to be incredibly stressful for these two guys.
I can feel the stress here.
All right, both fighters getting collected, getting themselves ready.
So
looks like they have a pretty extensive rest time, 1.5 minutes, which is longer than most other events. And I'm not sure it's what I intended, to be honest. So we might have to talk to the guys about that.
yeah, and by the way, I wonder if our viewers are deaf now, since we all scream hold so hard.
Yeah, well, that's, that whole safety thing, right? Everybody shouts stop. So if you lost your hearing out there, you might want to turn down your headphones, because it could happen again before the end of the fight.
So do you have a favorite?
Do I have a favorite? It's really not fair of me to do that, right? I would like to see some cleaner fencing.
Yes.
I'm not a big fan of this sort of bullying kind of fencing personally, and yet I fought Griswold many times, and Griswold's a really good fencer. So this is part of the art. Bonnick has to deal with this, and so far he hasn't quite found the solution.
I think they both are very talented, so things can change fairly easily.
They can. Let's also talk real quick, since we're looking at some equipment here, let's talk about some of our sponsors, right? Absolute Force is one of our sponsors. The mask that Doug Bonnick is wearing is Absolute Force, as are the gloves that he's wearing. Doug's jacket is Fulin Designs, which is another one of our sponsors still. On the far end, it looks like we have some Spec gear on Kyle Griswold and sparring gloves from sparringglove.com on Griswold's hands. So we're looking at...
Warning! Red fighter for striking out the ball. Red judges.
So we got the fierce warning.
No score. Blue judges. 4 points blue.
Points blue. Blue takes the lead. All right, good. So any fighter at any time, certainly between the fights, can address the head judge to issue complaints, problems, questions. And it looks like many fighters don't do that, and perhaps they should. Bonnick just took advantage of it. All right, loosening up. A couple of cuts. A high guard against the low guard. Griswold's staying very consistent in his position. Bonnick's starting to move into up against the line. And that's going to be the ring out. Bonnick needs to stay away from the edge of the ring.
Oh, we might have a control point. They're calling. Sammy's giving a control point, so I wonder if that's gonna go to the judge or not.
Right, it's going to be up to, ultimately it's going to be up to the head judge, Mike Edelson, whether that counts as a control point or not. I think the argument is that Griswold shoved Bonnick over. Bonnick was not able to respond, and if there was a blow delivered to the head or the torso following him, knocking him over, then that's going to be a control point. And I'm not sure the exact order of events there happened in something of a flash, but that would be 7 points for Griswold if that's the case. If not, it's going to be at least 3 for the ring out, I think.
We'll see how it goes. At least after this very intense fight, we can see that the gear mention really works. So they gave 2 points to red, actually. I mean,
Bonnick?
2 points, yeah.
Fighting and fencing a little bit almost like it's Saber.
Pommel to the head.
We have repeated pommel strikes to Bonnick. They're going to. We have Judge Sam Street calling control for the pommel strikes. Wiggins is calling a strike to the shoulder.
Can you get control for a pommel?
You can get control for a pommel strike, and that's what happened. He wrapped Bonnick up and he hit him repeatedly with the pommel. Bonnick was unable to defend himself. And for something like the Messer, that's especially appropriate.
43 seconds left. 9 red. Blue is 4.
And he pulled out in time.
To the arm.
To the arm. Looks like we got 2 points. It's getting snug. Once again, Bonnick only needs one single good hit to push ahead.
I think there was only blue.
They're saying nothing for red.
2 points blue.
2 points for blue. Closing up tightly. That was a little risky movement for Bonnick. I wouldn't know how I would have done it. Ooh, strike to the back of the head.
That was.
Three-point penalty to red fighter for striking the back of the head.
All right, so it's in the debate. What were the points? There was a strike to the back of the head, obviously, but a strike to the back of the head is off target. It's an unacceptable target. All right, so the judge decided to throw the thing out.
Be careful. Don't let him charge.
We have a situation with multiple points.
Red judges. 4 points red. Blue judges. 4 points blue.
So we have
21
blue
seconds.
ahead. Oh, actually, red got points ahead.
All right, that looks like a double of that defense. Again, Bonnick is frustrated. Griswold is excessively aggressive. And we're going to see a lot of this happening.
Red judges. 4 points red, 2 judges. No score.
All right, and that puts red pretty far ahead. Still, it's not solved. It is not resolved. 10 seconds.
Control yourself.
Fantastic! That looks like a very clean shot to the head. A parry and a shot to the head. Red judges are saying nothing. 4 points for blue. That's going to be match blue unless Griswold can get some points in the next 6 seconds. I expect something pretty risky right now. It looks like Johnny may have pulled off another couple of points. Nothing for red. 4 points for blue. What a turnaround. What a performance. In the last minute, Doug Bonnet collects his cool, figures out Griswold's game, and defeats him.
That was intense.
All right.
Our
There we go.
Red
Tensions
fighter
are high.
apologized.
Tensions are high. Red fighter came and apologized. An intense fight, hard won by Doug Bonnet. Hard fight.
Whew, that totally caught my breath out.
That was a stressful fight for
Everyone.
for everyone. I'm
The crowd was crazy.
that was a hard fight, and I think everyone in the room is shaking a little bit after that one, trying to bring down their own adrenaline levels. Okay, so just received an announcement. I apologize to our live stream viewers, but because some of these matches have gone so long over time, we're actually going to run past our initial time, so we're having to cut the Counted Blows tournament. That will happen at dinner tonight. So the live attendees, the live attendees here will see the Counted Blows tournament. To speak briefly about that, this is a German Fechtschulle style tournament that we put together based on our best guesses about how that might have run. The finals match was going to be between Ben Floyd and Carl Rubrick. I'll talk about that in a minute. It's on to Mike Ellison.
Fighting for first place in Messer. In red, Sean Franklin of Blood and Iron. In blue, Axel Pedersen of GHFS.
All right. Axel Pedersen, one of the best known names in HEMA, one of the best fighters in the world. From 2010 to 2011, he was undefeated until Fechtschulle America 2011 when Nathan Graperis beat him. He was the first fighter to win multiple tournaments at a single venue in a single day. And here he is. He's going to attempt to do that again today. First in the Messer, first in the single stick, which he didn't manage to do. Now in the Messer, which we will see, and then later he is fighting for first place in the steel longsword event.
And he's unstoppable. Actually, it's very fun because every time you see a tournament where Axel is in, people is like, "Oh, my first fight is with Axel." They always recall when they had to fight with him.
Absolutely. For better or worse, Axel is a legend in the community. Probably for better. Gothenburg Historical Fencing School. Sean Franklin of Blood and Iron recently took second place at Sword Fight SoCal. He won the Longpoint Triathlon last year. I think he won the Open Grappling earlier today. So another skilled fighter that does a number of things. He's a fantastic cutter, and the competition was very stiff this year. All right, we have blow and after blow.
Oh, we have another.
And we have a tip. Is that a break or nope? It's just a rubber tip came off.
4 points red, 2 judges. 4 points blue.
4 points and 4 points. There were 2 body blows.
Mike showing his ability to very multitask.
All right, in Axel's corner, we have Mikael Videgren, who we saw earlier in the wrestling.
And we have Lee Smith in the other corner again.
Right, Lee Smith is Sean Franklin's coach, and he has a lot to be proud of. dead space. All right, the tip is back on. We're coming back into the fight. Let's take a look at the movement. Sean Fleming's a really strong guy. Axel, incredibly fast. Fantastic afterglow defense. Franklin has suffered from leg problems in the past, sports-induced injuries, not from HEMA. And so you see his footwork is a little more methodical. He's not quite as light on his feet as Pedersen. Pedersen takes the arm on the outside line.
And as always, Pedersen shows his love to be moving and moving and moving, which can be fairly complicated for the other fighter, because you never know what's going to happen.
Right. Axel also has probably the best high-low, attack, feint, parry, then go for the leg. Halt again.
And another.
The tip has come off again.
No, this time it's from someone else. I think.
Right. Hold on, let's take a look. Looks like we have a broken tip. There's a piece of steel inside the tip. And another weapon. Another weapon has been provided by Lee Smith to Axel Pedersen. So the fight can continue. All right, first round ends with no points on the board.
So that means that the next fight, the next match, the one who wins is the winner?
Well, no, they have to go to sudden death. And sudden death is fairly common in finals anymore. Fighters are getting more and more evenly matched. Now these swords are not provided by the event. One of the things that we're pushing right now is an event into the communities for fencers to use their own equipment. And as a guy who would have had to have bought these swords, I'm really glad.
I'm gonna sound like a nerd here, but I love the sound of steel.
There's that high-low I talked about. There's that high-low. Axel established a rhythm, pushed Franklin high, and then took the leg. And Axel can get real low real fast.
And actually, it's very interesting because the tendency is often to hit to the face or to the body. It's not so normal that people go for the leg. Now we have the next match. Some resting for the fighters.
You're good.
Marina, can you take the mic for a minute? I'm going to step out for a second. Give me a moment.
Just go. Time to annoy all the rest of the viewers with only my beautiful voice. Just what? Just behind the microphone. And questions. Do I read any? What kind of jacket is Axel wearing? I don't know if yours is best or not. I would not gonna came for that, because if it is, good for me, but if it's not, I'm gonna get someone killing me, so... It is? Oh, so it is an best jacket. The Axel Pedersen, yeah, actually.
Man like that!
So we have our match. We'll see how this goes. Oh, and we have Jake back.
And I'm back. All right, here we are. A lot of movement. Franklin fairly static.
Oh, double.
All right. This is double. Both tried to block high. Both tried to strike low.
So we have one red judge and one blue judge marking double, but the other two are not still.
Which is going to be based on angle, right? Usually when the judges disagree, it's because they're looking at a different view. Double without defense, probably certainly from our point of view, is the right call.
I wonder if they will take the entire minute again. I was saying, you disappear for a little bit, but it's actually interesting that Axel has this low cut. Because in general, the tendency in fighters is to go to the head or to the torso.
Absolutely. And low cuts are difficult to pull off successfully. There's only a few guys who can do it. But part of the reason that Axel's not as dominant as he used to be is that he spent so much time doing that. Fighters started getting used to it, especially in longsword. But with the single-handers, it's still an incredibly powerful combination.
So he's moving around 38 seconds. So I think we have head-to-head.
All right, and that is one of the dangers of playing a high-low game when you're dealing with a weighted afterblow. Again, looks a little reckless.
Arm on leg.
Double that defense, probably the right call in that situation.
And 25.
All right, just a couple seconds left. Somebody's got nabbing at 1 point and then hold on to it.
They really want to give us an interesting long point this year. A lot of tension going.
Again, third time. That's going to be 2 points, and that's probably going to be match unless Franklin can figure something out real fast. But Axel's not going to let him. He's going to run.
We almost died?
Almost died. Once again, coming towards the table. Note for next year, table's got to be more than 3 feet away from the rim.
Either that or we can put a safety wall.
Like hockey, right? Yeah. All right, judges are discussing. I didn't see what happened there. I was too busy running away from the table. Did you see what happened?
Honestly, no.
No.
I think there was a little bit of an exchange. Shun like pretty much run, trying to give a cut, and Axel answer to the other side, but I don't know what's gonna happen.
1 point red, 1 point blue. Fight. All. Second match goes to red.
All right, second match has gone to red. The last minute looks like probably a ring out was the. No, he said 4 points red, 1 to blue. So we had a blow without quality from Axel, and a blow either to the head of the torso coming from Franklin on the way out there, and that pushed Franklin up right over the end. And this is one of the kinds of things that I actually really like about rule sets that have weighted targets and a fairly wide margin of possible points. You get these really dramatic reversals, often in the very end.
You love drama, don't you? Actually,
it's a dangerous question in this community.
Actually, I think that Axel didn't expected that for his face.
I don't think he did. I think Axel's strategy was to skirt the outside of the ring, and it was a good strategy. But Franklin knew that that's what he was going to do, and he pressured him really hard. Franklin had very little to lose in that situation. Right. Clash swords, common sign of respect between fencers.
Sean is also showing a little bit more moving.
Right, Sean's starting to move around a little bit more. I think he's realized he can't be static. Oh! Fantastic shot. Fantastic shot. Sean Franklin gives Axel Persson a blow across the midsection and backs out before the afterblow can be delivered. All right. And that's a good example of the head judge making what was probably the right call, despite the judge's looks like it was handling good. Oh! And that was a trade and an expensive one for Axel.
All
right. Thought maybe it was going to be 2 for Axel and then Franklin 2 points. Oh, there's that hand shot.
It's a rematch. Hand for hand.
hand. I think we're going to see more of this out of Axel. We're still going to see some of the high-low bit. Axel's going to start chewing on Franklin's hands. Franklin's leaving it out there a little bit. And it's an easy target, and Axel realizes he's going to have to take those easy targets. The deep targets are going to be too expensive.
Almost.
That was pretty rough. That was pretty rough. Now, that's not likely to be called a double without defense under these rules. Doubles without defense are generally sort of initiated out of nowhere from what we call two-feshten. So that's simply going to be two points that cancel each other out.
And I'm glad you pointed that out because for a second I thought defense. Oh.
See that? Beautiful thrust from Pedersen right into Franklin's head. But it looks like the red judges are saying that...
You gotta...
All right, there we go. That puts blue ahead, 30 seconds to go. It's not a safe lead, though.
Only 2 points difference.
Oh. All right. Came in. Franklin laid his blade across the face. There wasn't much of a blow there, but he laid it across the face. Axel returned the blow, and then Franklin took another blow across what appears to have been across the ribs. All right. Looks like we're giving those points primarily to Axel. Hard call to make from where I'm sitting.
Seems like they run the clock ahead of time.
Right. The timekeeper misheard the fight, started the clock running. They're adding a couple seconds to the clock. And here we are. 29 seconds to go. 5-point lead for Pedersen. Not a safe lead.
And it's fair that we go for that seconds because they make a huge...
Fairly reckless blow. Pedersen's going to start looking at techniques that are not going to risk a lot of points. 4 points to blue. Whatever red delivered must not have been deemed a good enough hit by the judges or clashed against the head. There we go. Looks like there was a strike to under the hands as Franklin was cutting down.
Sean is starting to rush.
Looks like it hit the head anyway. All right, it's a 2-point gain, 7 points difference. A single control point will tie this. Alright, we're going to strike to the head, followed by a strike up underneath. They're not calling it quality, a little surprising.
Axel is very ahead.
Axel now has a safe lead for 10 seconds. And I think he just crunched it. We saw sparks on two of the strikes there. This has actually been a very nice match. Axel gets 2 more points. That'll be matched, but we only have 5 seconds to go.
And we're out of time.
And the match goes to Axel Pedersen. First place in the first Longpoint Messer tournament. Steel, bring your own sword. Messer tournament. Axel Pedersen over second place Sean Franklin.
First place, Axel Pedersen.
I think he wasn't happy on having to repeat that fight, and he totally take upon. He was like, okay, you know, I deserve to win this, so he showed up. It's a very, very different score. We have 6-18, I think.
That's correct. 6 to 18, just 2 points away from the mercy rule, essentially, which would be if Axel had garnered a 14-point lead, it would have ended the fight prematurely. Not prematurely, but early. Right?
Yeah.
So next up is going to be ladies' longsword. Ladies' longsword.
So there's something getting prepared, and we have a few more sponsors. So we have SGT Blades, Simon,
Up next, we have Calvin Blows,
and Mike.
Historical Rules Tournament.
All right.
Fighting for third, Kyle Griswold of Phoenix Society.
Oh, we are making the card
All right,
ignition?
so here's the counter blows tournament. Looks like they're going to go ahead and do it. Decided that we had enough time. This should go fairly quickly. So this is based on a guesstimation of old German factual rules. Fencers will fight in a gong or go of 4 blows. Each one will be allowed to throw 4 blows. When they hit their 4 blows, the referee behind them will tap on their leg several times to indicate that they're out of blows. After that, they can only parry. The blades are chalked and they'll last about 8 inches, reflecting the part of the sword that is most likely to cause a bleeding scalp wound, which is the way they would have scored this historically. Of course, we're going to use chalk and dark covers on masks. It's not a blow if it doesn't make contact. So you can feign, as Cup just did. That's one blow for each fighter. Probably a second blow for Cup there.
It looks like very fun. Actually, I remember hearing a lot of laughter from the fighters the other day.
All right, Griswold is out, as is Cup. All right, the ref is going to check for chuck marks. The highest mark, the highest chuck mark, will win. So they're going to compare heights, and whoever's received the highest blow will lose. Whoever delivered the highest blow will win. All right, it looks like Kyle Griswold wins. Kyle Griswold is now third place. Now, the first place match was supposed to be fought between Carl Rearberg and Ben Floyd. Ben Floyd had a phenomenal showing all weekend, but was injured during the grappling competition. Here, I'm gonna step in and do it. Give me a second.
And we have Jake out front just to explain the situation.
Okay, so I'm going to explain this real briefly for those that aren't familiar with what's going on. So, this is based on our guesstimation of the old German Fetchwiller rules, which were fought in a gong or a go of 4 blows. So each fighter gets to throw 4 shots. The scoring back in the day was the highest bleeding head wound. We're not going to do that here, which by the way we might have got very message in there. So, instead we have about 8 inches chalk on the end of each blade. If any part of that chalk blade strikes any part of the black mask cover, it will be compared at the end of the gong. The highest wound, the highest chalk mark that has been delivered determines the winner. In this particular instance, in this bout, the 2 fighters both hit each other in the head somewhere during their 4 blows. These are 4 continuous blows, doesn't matter if you hit or not. And so in this case, Mr. Griswold won because the blow that he delivered was higher on the head than the blow that Mr. Cup delivered. Now, this next fight should have been between Carl Rearberg of Sweden and Ben Floyd of the United States. However, Mr. Floyd was injured during the grappling tournament. He had a phenomenal showing. He was first place during the open steel and after the pools. He was first place, and he's done a fantastic job. So he was able to continue. A round of applause for Floyd. In keeping with the tradition that we know we practiced at least some of these kinds of bouts back in the day, the fighter can have a champion fight for him. If that champion wins, right, then it is as if he won. So Mr. Griswold is third place, is stepping in now to fight on behalf of Mr. Floyd. If Mr. Griswold wins, the trophy goes to Mr. Floyd. Now, the other challenger, Mr. Paul from Sweden. If Mr. Rearberg wins, he wins.
And that's Jake Norwood making the points very nicely.
Carl, win for Nathan.
So in the graphics, we are actually going to see a question mark if they get on the screen. That's because we didn't know who was going to fight with.
Right, this was an invitational tournament, and it was fought very informally. Longpoint's a pretty formal event, but this was fought on Thursday night. Between 28 different fencers entered. They formed their own pools. They judged their own bouts in small clumps. And the idea was to have sort of a low-key, enjoyable experiment with this rule set. But my secret master plan is for them to say, "Wow, this is cool," and to take it home to their clubs and to begin raising the level of the kind of competition we might see in this sort of fencing.
I'm actually taking it to my club.
Oh, we have a mark on Rearberg. But they still have a number of blows. It's not until the 4 blows are spent on both sides that we resolve.
I will have to say, though, that the guy with the stick seems like to have a very dangerous job. If I were him, if I were punched with a stick, I might go back and punch the guy.
Now you see both of these fighters, they're keeping their weapons out, sort of engaging the bind. They're trying not to spend their blows on some of these engagements. There's a blow spent for Griswold. Now Rearberg is going to go ahead and let Griswold spend all of his shots. He did this all throughout the Thursday's matches, and he's going to try to get Griswold to spend all of his shots, and he's going to take a shot and trust his superior height and strength.
I think our guy has only 1 left, for what I get to hear from the judge.
He does? Now blows cannot be delivered with a single hand, and if they are, they won't count. It will actually count as a foul, and the mark that Carl has left will not be counted. So he needs to make sure that any blow he delivers is with both hands on the weapon. There's no grappling, no core. No hands can be released from the blade at the time of contact.
And this is starting to look like a dance to me.
Right, they're being very careful.
We can add some walls, and they will perfectly match. So he's thinking very smart on his last hit. There was no chalk in there. So now we have Jake entering to the situation just to check out.
Alright, so one of the rules for this particular competition is that you cannot attack with
What the referee here is explaining to the crowd is what I said earlier, that there was a single-handed attack that is a foul, therefore no points will be scored for the gong for that fighter. Right? So Carl's strike counts, and there is a mark that Carl delivered, but Griswold's mark will not count. And the winner is Carl River, essentially by foul.
Now we're getting close to the end of our marvelous, I mean your marvelous event, not our, because I did it for you.
Oh, it's definitely ours. This is a community event. There's a number of clubs that went into putting this together. Maryland KDF, Capital KDF, and the Pro X KDF Network. Virginia Academy of Fencing, the Medieval European Martial Arts Guild, the New York Historical Fencing Society, and Sword Class NYC, and then your club in Mexico as well. All helped put this together.
Canada Academy, for those who doesn't know the name.
Thank you. And here with Mike.
Up next is women's steel longsword. Fighting for third place. In red, Imagine Trail of Iron Crown KDF.
While they're coming out here, let's talk again about some of our sponsors. Sponsors include Sparring Gloves, Polo. For most fighters, the standard competitive glove. Available here in the United States through HEMA Supplies. In addition, SGT Blade has provided us with a number of fetters. They're a new, at least to the HEMA world, a new company making steel swords, steel fetters. And the ones they provided us this year actually have Longpoint 2014 engraved on them. So they could be just as much trophies as functional training tools. So the winners are going to have to decide. SGT Blades out of Canada. Also, Shimon Chlebovsky's swords. Shimon Klobovsky is a sword maker who has sponsored us now second year in a row. Last year he provided us with a sharp sword for the winner of the cutting tournament. This year a steel fetter, and they are beautiful and handle fantastically.
And now we are into the females fight. We have Jess Russick and Amanda Trail. So my first reference from Amanda is Awesome Arms, because this girl is just fitted. Jess Russick, actually I don't know how long she has fencing, but maybe you know.
I do. Jess Rozek started in 2011, so just about 3 years. She previously took second place in the women's tournament at Boston Sword Ball, which is now Iron Gate Symposium, a sister or cousin event of ours that's taking place later this year.
I think Amanda's been fighting for a little longer.
Almost the same amount of time, about 3.5 years. Amanda comes to us from Iron Crown Martial Arts in the Pacific Northwest. Her coach is Wayne Hines. All right, let's go with a strike to the hands. We're going to have two very different styles here. Amanda Trail is light, quick, and has excellent lateral movement. Rosette has been training with Marilyn Kunz's Fashions for the last year about. Prior to that, she was part of the Grunberg Fry Factory and the Meyer Fry Factory Guild, studying under Charles Murdoch, who's one of the rising fencers in the competitive scene. It looks like Rosette delivered a blow to Trail's hands, and the judges agree.
So we are 62. Amanda Trail is leading.
And there's another probably 2-pointer hand strike from Amanda Trail. Like I said, she's quick. She's going to move in and out. She's going to go ahead and take a lot of those arm and forearm shots. She doesn't want to get too close to Jess. Jess's greater size is a serious disadvantage for Amanda. So she's going to fight a smart game. All right, trading blows on the arms.
One of the things I like about these girls is that they're very committed to what they do. They really love it, and you can see it on their fight. I mean, all the people who has been in the finals are committed to HEMA, but you see when people is enjoying it. And Amanda Trail has a very nice moves, in my opinion.
She does. She does. She's one of the most talented female fencers in the United States right now. She's also competed. She's competed at Swordfish, and has been around the competitive circuit. She took fourth place in the ladies' last year.
Wow. Well, she's leading for 10 points, maybe more now.
Right, she is. She also, as you notice, is a very technical fencer, and she won the technical award at Swordfish for the women's tournament as well.
We're having some technical situation.
And time. First round goes to red.
Great fight. It was a very nice fight. And I have to say, I love Jess pants. I want them for me. I'm sorry, I just had to say it.
Talk to her, see if she'll get you a pair. Actually, yes, this would be a fantastic time for you to talk about Esfinges.
I didn't know it was allowed it. Well, actually, it's funny because Esfinges is partially fault of Amanda.
So how's that?
I knew this girl in Mexico who wanted to do something in Mexico, and I was not convinced. Then I traveled to United States and I met Amanda. I talked to her and find out that there was not many women in HEMA. So after she got me totally convinced that I need to do this, turn international. She was one of the very first members, and if I wouldn't be for talking to her and Becca Boyd, Esfinges wouldn't exist.
There's been an enormous strike across the arms, possibly an after blow up in the torso. The growth in women in HEMA, really, since about that time, has been noteworthy.
Actually, it has improved. It's a little bit tricky because many people don't see what happened in the closed room, but let me tell you that we have helped people to stay. Sometimes we had girls who have nothing to do with HEMA and they start watching what happens around and they join. And we have seen a little bit of a growth. They tour members, and it's great because they're sharing like opinions, what has improved in their trainings, ask for advices. Sometimes advices that might be a little bit tricky to ask to a male instructor, like, oh, excuse me, I'm in my PMS and I think that's going to screw my back. Is that true or not? And that's complicated to ask. So
nice parry, strike
that was beautiful. I need help to stretch a little bit that area. So yeah, they both had approached me saying that they really like it and it's encouraging. So.
Well, I think it's working. We have 15 ladies in the women's longsword this year. Several of them also competed in the Open. Some of them made it fairly far into the elimination rounds. Kiana Shurkin, who we'll see fighting for first place, came out of the pools in 14th place overall in one of the probably hardest longsword tournaments in the entire Western Hemisphere.
And I have to say, from all the events I've been in HEMA, this is the first time that I see so many ladies getting around, and that's so nice to see. And we saw them fighting in different tournaments.
All right, coaches, we have Kit Smith in Amanda's corner. Kit Smith is from New Zealand, lives in England. She's a world traveler. She competes in everything she can and is sort of the iron woman of the competitive HEMA scene. In Jess's corner, Keith Cotter Riley of Spec USA.
Red judges. No score, 2 judges.
Seems like Amanda's gonna take this one again.
Seems that way. 20 seconds.
Although
Single
Jess
control
makes
points.
some nice
It'll
points.
bring it around. And that can happen here. Ooh. Oh, there was a point. There was a point. It looks like Blue is starting to catch up. Probably 2 points. Yep, 2 points.
Something I like a lot about Jess is that sometimes she has these very manual-like postures. So I think we can expect to hear a lot from her in the future. She's on my list.
1 point rest, 2 judges, no score.
Coming in, pretty intense. Judges are calling point. Yep, looks like there was a tip below, but that'll earn a single point. And more importantly for Amanda, it soaks up time.
2 seconds.
Time. Any blows look like they probably landed after the clock. And that puts the 3rd place Ladies Longsword Award firmly in Amanda Trail's hands. Alright, 2 points went to Blue for a hand thrust that the head judge saw, but it doesn't change the final outcome.
Beautiful hug, as always in her matches. I really like this one.
It was a very nice match. And sort of refreshing after some of the less elegant fighting we saw earlier tonight.
Yes. It was very joyful to watch. And now we move to first and second.
So second place. So first and second place are Kiana Shurkin of Maryland Kunstfestens. She won the Longpoint. She won the longsword last year and placed the year before that. In fact, last year she beat Elisa Keskinen, who's tearing it up right now in Europe.
Yeah. So now we'll go with Mike.
Go to Mike.
Fighting for first place, winning the longsword. Get ready. Kiana Shurkin of Maryland, Indiana. In blue, Katie Kravlich of Wisconsin Historical Fencing Association.
Katie Kamlich, her head coach is Aaron Pinnenberg, former deputy director of ORMA, now running the Wisconsin Historical Fencing Association. He is a behemoth of a fighter himself. He's been training very hard. Katie has only been doing this for about a year and 3 months, compared to Kiana's 4 years. Kiana is one of the toughest fighters that I've ever worked with. She will fight on under levels of damage that most other fencers would shy away from, which is misleading to a lot of people given her frame. She's not a very large person. She's also very methodical. Katie, over the course of the tour, earned most of her points striking down from a high guard. It looks like Kiana made use of that. She's probably been watching her, figured it out, and was able to parry that attack, following her thrust to the face. Kiana went for a simple parry off to the side. It wasn't enough. All right, so we have some sort of light contact on the outside, probably on the red arm.
47 seconds and 4 points for red, 1 for blue.
All right.
All right, Katie, take it off.
Looks like Shurkin red, yeah, had a strike to the arm. There may have been a thrust. No, they don't call the thrust as having landed. Shurkin maintains her lead, still not a safe lead. Fighting in the long point, a common strategy used against opponents that you don't know about.
Should that be a double?
Bind in a parry and then a strike up underneath. 4 points for red. All right, they're calling Kramnik's strike without sufficient quality. This is putting Shurkin far ahead. Shurkin, patient, waiting. Kramnik creeping in. Trying to draw Shurkin out.
Putting us in our nerves.
15 seconds.
That was...
Parry, strike under the arms. I don't know if anything landed on the opposite side.
I don't know if they're going to get only a point, because I don't know if that was like marked enough. Yeah, 1 point.
Good.
So we're 10 versus 1. This is very... 7 seconds left. I don't think this is going to be able to change.
This is a safe lead. first round cleanly goes to Kiana Shurkin in red.
Red, blue judges. 1 point blue. First match goes to red.
Supporting Kiana, her training partner, Joe Guerrero.
We're having judges changing.
Looks like they're changing out the judges, giving the existing judges a break.
Mike doesn't get a break.
Mike doesn't get a break. It's less stressful, less difficult, requires less concentration to be the head judge. You're moving around a little bit. It's easier to keep your mind fresher. Also, Mike loves this. I think we'd have to prime him with kicking and screaming. I anticipate we're going to see a lot more aggressive action out of Katie this round. Her coach, Erin Pinneberg, already an aggressive fighter, is going to recommend that course of action.
Katie is lowering her pusher, I think.
She is. There's little Nick.
1 point blue.
All right. Looks like there's a tip cut across the hand. Head judge saw it, made the call.
Stand in cover, stand in cover.
All right, her judge shouting out to Katie, extend and cover.
And I have to say, as a shorty, that it's good to see shorty people being fierce and really owning the fight.
Height is definitely an advantage in longsword fencing, there's no doubt, and yet some of our best fencers, Axel Pedersen, Kiana Shurkin, Nathan Paris, these are not
so I have...
Right, blue is leading. Tiny lead.
Things are changing again.
Yep, Shurkin's going to need to get a little more aggressive if she wants to win this in 2 rounds.
We hear the support from the crowd.
Hard to say what happened. Might have been an attempt to control point. All right, no score. A head strike and a head strike.
35 seconds left.
Come on, cover.
Here we go. All right, Shurkin's changed her angle, came up to form tug, struck, and missed. No, looks like she missed and then brought the blade back up for a light score on the side. Blue is now ahead. Blue is winning this match. Katie Kramnik is ahead. She seems to have recovered from whatever sort of slowed her down last round. Shurkin parries high, cuts low. Was the strike, the glancing blow across the head enough? Blue says no, and red
gets 2 points.
Gets 2 points. Strike to the arm. 20 seconds left.
Come on now. Be quick.
Run through, slice underneath the belly. All right, the judges are calling it. Slash across the belly.
1
1 point blue for what appeared to have been some kind of a
They're
tap.
5-5
They're 5-5 with 13 seconds to go. Will this go into overtime?
Things are hitting in here.
Kramnik's not going to wait. Looks like there's a strike to the hands, maybe another to the head. How is that going to be resolved? No score there. 4 points blue. Blue's going to take this round.
3 seconds. She's rushing.
All right. Okay.
Seems like that was a hard hit.
Look, looks like a hard hit. She's going to shake it off. All right. No score added. No score added. Alright, she's shaking it out, so she got hit in the muscle. Alright, so a little unexpected after such a dominant presence in the first round. Katie Kramnik has pulled out the second round and did so very solidly.
Although I have to say, who said a woman can kick hard?
Absolutely. Well, and as someone who's trained with Shurkin for a pretty long time, she does.
So it seems like she's ready to fight.
There we go. Let's see how Katie's gonna deal with that extra little bit of damage there. That kind of a hit, even if it doesn't mess with you physically, can mess with you mentally.
Stay out there. Stay out there.
British breakfast are feeling each other out.
Stay out there.
Both fighters taking a similar approach.
I also have to say this, for a long time we were seeing that women's tournaments were often more slow, and this time I'm really seeing they're taking on the time.
Oh, that's...
They're getting faster.
They are. The standard is going up, and it needs to. Needs to go up for all of us. There it is.
That's 2 points, maybe 1 point because it was too light.
It was for the light, yep. Yep, the judges agree, 1 point. But it's a tiny psychological advantage can be had. There we go. Strike to the hands. Are they going to call that 1 point or 2? 1 point, not insufficient rotation on the cut.
43 minutes, I mean seconds.
Nice.
4 and 4. Trading blows. Not the way to get ahead.
30 seconds left, 2-0. That's a good defense.
Closed out. We have a strike underneath, probably to the hands. Nope, judges saying it's to the torso from that angle. All right. Blues another 1 point. Some type of light afterblow, or perhaps a glancing blow as Shurkin entered.
Kid, you really need to push.
20 seconds left. Kian is ahead, but again, Shurkin is ahead, but not a safe lead. Strike underneath. That's red.
1 point blue.
1 point blue again. Strikes light. And this is really killing the Kremlin. Her blows are lacking. They're lacking presence. They're lacking rotation. This has cost her a lot of points. She's hit Shurkin many times, but has not been flagrant for it. Likely to be a double without defense.
Yeah, they agree with you.
Without defense, which if you're behind and it's the last couple seconds, is one of the worst things that you can do. Shurkin.
And that's it.
Maintaining her defense. Just about takes head judge Mike Allison's head off, but he pulls it out, and that is match. Second year in a row, Kiana Shurkin wins the Longpoint Women's Tournament.
That was a beautiful fight.
That was a beautiful match. Second place for Katie Kramelik. Not bad at all for someone who's been training for just over a year. She should be proud. Her coach should be proud.
And I have good news and bad news.
What's the good news?
That we're about to go to our last tournament.
To this open steel longsword?
Yes.
And what's the bad news?
But it's the last one.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. So here we are, the open steel longsword, the main event.
The favorite.
The favorite, 56 competitors this year. Roughly the same size as last year's open longsword, but when we add in the women's and the synthetic, we're looking at all together. So yeah, go ahead.
I need to say it. This year, the open longsword have been way more technical than other years. I mean, in general, for what's seen.
It has, absolutely. I think that's a development. There's a couple of things leading to that development. First and foremost, honestly, is simply the caliber of fighter is improving, and I don't think that anyone other than the fighters, their coaches, can take any credit for that.
Yeah, and now we go with Mike.
And now for the main event, open longsword, open steel longsword, fighting for third place. Sean Franklin in red. One iron.
So we see Sean Franklin again. Third time tonight. Well done.
Richard Marsden, the Phoenix Society.
Richard Marsden, president of the Hema Alliance, Phoenix Society.
Very well known as the Tyrant.
Yes, the Tyrant, right? Known as the Tyrant. Also an author. This is something of a rematch for these two. They've faced each other frequently at other events, Pacific Northwest, SoCal Sword Fight. Last year at SoCal Sword Fight, Marsden took, I want to say, 4th place in the steel longsword, and Franklin 2nd place in the steel longsword to Marsden's training partner, John Patterson. Richard's been training for about 5 or 6 years. He won first place in the Messer at the Forge in Canada. The Forge is one of our sponsors. They've supplied many of our winners with registration. Along the same lines, the Iron Gate Symposium has sponsored the winner of the Count of Blows tournament to their event, and SoCal Sword Fight is also sponsored by granting the winners of some of our events attendance at SoCal Sword Fight next year.
And we have our first hit. I think it's to the arm.
Looks like red had a strike across the belly and blue across the head. So trading blows. Not much, which doesn't accomplish a great deal, except maybe a headache and a tummy ache. Again, trading blows. Hard hit. Marsden was thrown earlier in the weekend. He's got rolled his ankle. His ankle's a little bit weak right now, and he was doing well, but now it's beginning to show. Marsden, a deceptive fighter. Currently one of just the very best competitive longsword fencers in the U.S. Just like Franklin is one of the best in Canada. Strong clash and trading blows again.
And I have to say, when someone is a little or a lot injured and they can't put up a fight, it tells you a lot about the fighter.
It tells you a great deal about their personality. They're that beautiful combination of both stubborn and persistent. And now we have again Marsden for the second time getting a head blow by fencing out of low guard, parrying Franklin's incoming blow and taking across the face. This is classic Fiore di Liberia, which is what Marsden studies. Marsden is also one of the only competitive longsword fencers who studies Fiore as their primary source, along with John Patterson, his training partner, and a small handful of others. And he is certainly, between him and Patterson, the highest ranked, if we had such a thing, highest ranked fighter, competitive fighter in the circuit.
And it's true, we see a lot of German things going around.
That's correct, yeah.
Well, I have the feeling that Fiore is gonna balance one day.
We're seeing more, right? We had Michael Forsman Survey, Richard Marsden, Sean Hayes all competed this year, all of which are Fiorists of some degree or another.
And I think that there comes to the point that fighters want to expand a little bit. So those who do Fiore might try some German, and those who do German might try some Italian.
All right, trading blows again. We're seeing a lot of trading blows on this, right? Head judge Mike Ellison calls that a double out defense. I'm inclined to agree.
There you go.
That similar scenario might be judged as a natural blow. Looks like it was.
We have 7 seconds. Red is 8, blue is 10. That's a tight thing.
This can flip around very quickly.
I swear I saw pommel to the head from... Yes.
Blue delivered a pommel strike to the head.
Getting ahead.
A hard fight. Marsden taking quite a bit of damage over the weekend. Still seems to be holding up.
And we have the second round.
And we're going to go to second round. And this was a close match. Franklin has been really steamrolling ahead. He's winning and placing in everything that he's entering into, almost every event, not just longsword. Marsden likewise has been on the rise for the last little while, and at any event where you're going to have both of them in attendance, I have a feeling they're going to meet sometime in the last 6 bouts of the day.
Yes, and we're back in the game. Second bout. How will you kill that? I'll go for the double. Mike agree with me on my point.
We'd like to mention our sponsors, Feeling Designs, providing wrestling jackets, Purple Heart Armory, providing many of the competition weapons and other equipment used here today, Mandy Michaels Photography, who is the event photographer at Longpoint, has been every year we've ever done it, SGT Blades, a new supplier for HEMA sparring swords, Spess Historical Fencing, provider of most of the protective gear you see today. Both competitors are wearing spec jackets, sparring gloves. Both competitors we're looking at here are wearing these sparring gloves from Barbara Chlebowska of Poland. Albion swords for the and some of the competition swords. The sword that we saw Kiana Shurkin using earlier today was an Albion Meyer. Absolute force, providing many of the gloves and half or more of all the masks, including the mask that Sean Franklin is wearing today. And the events, the Forge, SoCal Sword Fight, and IGX Symposium. Also, the HEMA Alliance. This is an official HEMA Alliance event and is sponsored by the HEMA Alliance. The HEMA Alliance allows clubs to have the benefits of a larger organization without most of the meddling. We had the fighters wrapped up. What often happens is that if the strong part of the sword, the part of the sword closest to the hilt, strikes the opponent, that will be no quality. But if it's the weak part of the sword, it's a good shot and may even grant a point for control. The trophies that the winning fencers will get this weekend here at Longpoint 2014 are provided by Purple Heart Armory.
And we are 15 seconds left. We are 11-2, leading by Red, who is.
All right, control for Red. Grapple of the arm, blow to the body, nothing from Blue, and that is match.
Wow.
Sean Franklin took a lead of over 14 points. Second match goes to Red. Sean Franklin. There will be one more match. All right, correction, one more round. I also want to mention the upcoming other upcoming live streams that we have through some of the same folks that we have here, right?
Yes.
Through Forte Productions and parts of Forte Productions that are helping us out this weekend, right? Would you like to talk about that, Mariana?
Yes. Well, we have 2 live streams to come to all the HEMA fans who cannot travel. Boohoo you, by the way. We have Schwerkampf actually next week. That's going to be very stressful. And then we have IGX in September, if I'm not wrong. So keep on track, because this is going to be lots of fun.
And a shout out to Schwerkampf as well. I believe they have, hope I'm not mistaken, I believe they are providing registration to one of our winners here as well.
Yes, we are. Because we love people in our event.
This is actually one of my favorite things that we see happening right now. We see events handing out registrations to each other as prizes, and I think it really increases the likelihood that top fighters begin going to a lot of these different events, and it's good for the community.
Well, I think in any event is competing to other event. It's just we're just trying to give more spaces for people to grow, and if we can make some people to be able to travel more while doing this kind of stuff, it's the best.
Absolutely. It's a big world with a small community. All right. Franklin measuring this out, trying to pull up in the last round. It's going to be to gaining control and push in.
Near. I don't think anything happens.
Red gaining a fairly secure lead now.
6 points for Red, 0 for Blue.
Marsden's going to have to pull something out. Pretty impressive to pull us off. Here we go. Probably going to be a double or equal points. Sure enough, zeros out.
4 seconds left. Richard still have time.
Again, trading blows to below defense.
We're going to the last. Where we have.
Now, I think I saw Red strike Blue across the mask, and I think. No. Judges disagree?
I think that you think wrong.
I must have seen wrong.
20 seconds. Another double, in my opinion.
Another double. Doubles are really only costing Marsden at this point.
I think no one likes doubles.
No one likes them, but they're more expensive for some than for others. Looks like we have a strike to the hand. The afterglow is parried. Right, Marsden probably getting frustrated at this point, not feeling very secure, feeling a lot of pressure. He's going to need a 7-pointer right Okay, 2 points for red, 4 points for blue.
He needs a 4
Close
point
it
to
again.
be able to
4-pointer to tie this. There is enough time.
Oh, I think he made
A
it.
grapple and a thrust to the belly. I've been beaten by Sean Franklin in the final seconds using the same technique. No score.
No score.
Match red. Winner Sean Franklin, 3rd place, Longpoint 2014. Richard Marsden, 4th place, again this year.
4th place, open field long score, Sean Franklin.
And we're up to our last fight. So before our next competitors come, do you have any cool story that have happened during Longpoint?
Cool stories? Oh, wow. You know, I'm probably the worst person to ask. I spend most of my time running around stressing about what's going on. I think I will say as referee, I was refereeing on the first day of the Steel Longsword, and the very first fight was Ben Strickling, who we're about to see for first place, and Doug Bonnick, who was very, very close to the front and was only narrowly eliminated during the elimination rounds. It was one of the absolute best longsword fights I have ever seen. It was highly technical, highly intense. Everything that a couple of years ago I hoped that we would start to see one day. And it's beginning to happen. It's extremely exciting. What about you?
There was one also I was judging, and I was judging in Messer. There was these 2 guys from BAF. For a second, I'm pretty sure they made up that. They were fighting, put low guard, and all of a sudden they throw the weapons, go to grappling, and they did this marvelous kick down. It was like everyone was shocked. It was like so surprising. We couldn't even handle the laughter.
There's been a lot of grappling this year. Oh, here we go. Mike is ready.
Sorry, Mike.
Before I announce our next and last fight, I would like to ask everyone, as soon as this fighting is over, please go to dinner immediately, since we're running late. Don't worry about changing or showering. If you are staff, please grab at least one medal or a set of medals and trophies and take them with you. We need all of them brought to the dinner area. Okay? All right. Fighting for first, an open steel longsword in red.
Ben Strickling, the Triangle Sword Guild. In blue, Axel Patterson of GHSS.
Axel Patterson needs no introduction at this point. Ben Strickling recently won a tournament down in Georgia, I think. Kriegschule, I think it was. Recently won Kriegschule. Also second place at Fechtel, New York recently. He's a very skilled fencer. He's been coming to Longpoint every year, and he has gotten significantly better every year. This year, he was able to put down some really fantastic fencers, including Carl Weerberg, who is currently in the running to win the Nordic Championship. And Sean Franklin, who I just saw.
So, as you can see, this gets like super extreme at the very second of start.
Absolutely. There's a lot of intensity in both these fighters. Strickling's an incredibly aggressive fighter who's learned to temper it over the years, and it's helped him a lot. The other thing that Strickling has that Patterson's going to have to deal with is he has one of the best upsets and thrusts against an Oberhau maybe that I've ever seen. The only other person with a similar talent in the area is Carl Weerberg. We saw an attempt at it. All right, I think we're going to see a little bit of that today. I'd also like to point out that if Ben Strickling wins this match, and I hope I'm not jinxing, if Ben Strickling wins this match, he will be the first American to win an open tournament that a Swedish competitor has entered.
Wow. So, I guess we'll see.
Since the time of American competitions here. Scott Brown won Swordfish, I want to say, in 2010, 2009.
Blue judges. 4 points blue.
And this is Axel's first time on.
Så snyggt Axel! Fantastiskt bra. Han har ingen mer än så här. Boom! Där kommer de.
So that might be a point for red, maybe.
Might be. What Axel's going to have to contend with, although I think he's doing all right with it, is the control point. Strickling is more likely to pull off a control point today than Pedersen is, but Pedersen's going to be able to get 2 and 4 points left and right. And it's going to make it hard for Strickling to catch up. In fact, 4 more points, and that'll be the end of this round. An attempt at a Geisler. Fail. Rarely works against Pedersen. Perry, nice Sverhow, right to Strickling's head. Strickling attempts an afterblow. And lands the afterblow.
So we are 0-10 with 15 seconds left.
Pretty safely.
He might need a control point and a very high point.
4 points red, 2 judges. 4 points blue. Det var kontrollax, jättesnyggt.
He's running.
Something of a Mexi miss-up here. What do we see?
1 point red,
1 point for red for a poor quality hit. 4 points for blue.
They will give equality, I have to say.
1 more point, Axel takes it. Beautiful exchange, a double threat, Perry both strike below. Textbook looked an hour and textbook Pedersen.
13.
First match goes to Pedersen.
Losing with that huge amount of points in the first fight, it might be a very strong strike psychologically.
Maybe. Strickling's one of those fighters that tends to change in between rounds. I fought him at Fictional New York and had a very clean lead the entire first round. Second round, he held me down the entire time and it went to overtime. Strickling, I think, is going to adapt here. He's going to change what he's doing.
And that's a skill that it's very needed in a sword fighting. You need to know, like, there are moments where your natural, let's just call a method of fighting will serve you, and there are moments when it's not going to be that way. So the ability to adapt is very needed.
Pedersen probing the strike fenster. Couple of thrusts, both fighters leading with the left leg. Strickling coming. Somebody came in, Perry.
To be honest, I didn't understand what happened. I have to be honest.
That's 2 points on the clock.
Han är nöjd med Silver, det är jättebra. Kolla. Så. Vad snyggt. Din match. Fortsätt finta. Sluta inte finta. Låt honom spela. Fastna inte på avståndet nu. Fortsätt på dynamiskt avstånd.
Neither taking any major risks. Strickling can't afford losing one twice. Thrust, it looks like it landed on Strickling's face. Strickling went for the parry, failed, struck across the belly.
It's so clear. I have to say, one of the things I like about judging Axel most of the times is that it's easy to judge.
Absolutely.
It gives very
Well, it's one of the marks of a good competitive fight. It's not just that you can hit the other guy, it's that you can hit the other guy in a way that stands out as authority in the action.
Dynamiskt avstånd.
Strickling attempts an onsetsen. Shittister says that it landed. And an afterblow into the ribs. Strickling should control point. That looked like 2 even hits, maybe a double duck defense. And that brings us very close. That changes the fight.
That gives him more confidence.
He's trying to get the cheap shot. He's nervous. I've been here. You start making decisions that maybe aren't the best. Kind of a hit. Maybe wrung Axel's belt a little bit. definitely 4 points for red and 4 for blue. No
With
score.
9 seconds, he really has to press it.
Move in. He's checking the clock. How much time does he have left? He's going to run out of time. Ooh, beautiful exchange. Multiple parries. And 4. That's going to clinch the second round from Pedersen.
1 second, that was
And
it.
clinches first place, Longpoint 2014. The winner is Axel Pedersen. What a fantastic fight. What a fantastic second round.
That was a beautiful way to close out the tournaments.
First place, Ben Strickland second place.
With so many prizes, Axel is going to have problems going back home.
He is. He's probably going to have to sell them. All right, so thank you very much for joining the Longpoint 2014 live stream. We have to wrap up at this time. One more time, I want to mention our sponsors: Feeling Designs, Purple Heart Armory, Mandy Michaels Photography, SGT Blades, Sparring Gloves, Spess Historical Fencing, Shimon Klobowski Swords, Albion Swords, Absolute Force, The Forge, SoCal Sword Fight, IGX,
And Breed.
Schwertkampf, and the HEMA Alliance.
I would also like to remember the staff that helps us for the live stream. We have Dave Kaufman in the camera, Tim Kaufman in the technology. I have Jake talking with me, Natasha taking charge of the chats, and we had Sean Heiss helping me also, and our guest invited for Ringen, Bill Grandi, and your favorite Mexican, no, that's a bad joke, me, myself, Mariana. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Have a great night, and we'll see you next year.
See you around.
That worked okay.